Chapter 26 Device Avatar. Her device sat dormant on the glass surface of the coffee table, black and lifeless. The flurry of dings, beeps, and vibrations it had emitted all day had finally died down, leaving only the sound of an old apartment air conditioner rattling somewhere outside of the building. Wearing a simple midnight blue t-shirt and a laundry-shrunken pair of black mesh athletic shorts, hair wrapped with a simple double knot using a blue and silver piece of fabric, Noah appeared ready to enjoy a relaxing evening at home. But instead, she sat restless on her small sofa, viewing the now silent device with glazed eyes. Unfiltered fluorescent light from the ceiling of her kitchen threw her shadow over the table, swallowing the device, making it appear nearly invisible in front of her. The course of events throughout the day had left her feeling like a muscle filled with blood after a hard lift. Each new piece of information caused more stress-induced lactic acid to accumulate, lessening the load she could bear for her next required task. One more thing can result in complete muscle failure, she thought. But she enjoyed training to failure. The feeling of release, when all energy had been exerted and nothing remained, was one she strove to achieve, for better or worse, in every training session, run, or exercise. In her mind, it was the only way to make any gains. She applied this philosophy to most areas of her life. Something flashed in the corner of her eye toward the window. With a formidable display of agility, she activated her tense legs and rushed to the window, then parted the thin curtains so she could see more clearly. A street lamp on the opposite side of the river had malfunctioned and was flickering erratically as its light source displayed its mechanical or electrical failure. The light had shorted out, overloaded by some unknown strain on its capacity. Disappointed at her presumptuousness, she returned the curtain to its original position, then went back to the couch with a flop. She forced air out of her mouth, exhaling a frustrated restlessness. Waiting was Noe's least favorite activity. It was one of the many reasons why she had left the military. Waiting for the bathroom, for food, training, assignments, deployment orders, leave orders, promotions. She couldn't stand it. The thought of spending what potentially could have been the best years of her life waiting on those in charge to recognize her work and talent had caused her daily cognitive dissonance and prompted her to make an early exit. The apartment was silent, save for assorted noises that seemed to be amplified in her keyed-up state. A thump from the neighbor 1 floor above caused her to whip her neck to the bland whiteness of the ceiling. Her body tensed at the crack of a wall or the abrupt blaring of a car alarm on the street below. For her, it wasn't so much the waiting that bothered her, but the period of inactivity that usually accompanied it. Noah was a woman of action, and any stagnation or slowing of the events around her contradicted her being and made her panic. It twisted even the most insignificant happening into a menacing ordeal with killer intentions. An innocent shadow transformed into an ominous specter. A mountain became indistinguishable from a molehill. It was fear, and it warped everything she saw. The phone conversation with her mother and the brief phone call with Rodan replayed themselves repeatedly in her mind. After each repetition, she found herself paralyzed by an inability to perform any meaningful action in relation to either. In the past, this would have been nothing new in regard to her mother, but not after today. The introduction of Rodan, a member of the high-ranking brass of Cereus, had confirmed a credible and verified threat against her by the likes of Limnic. How many times did I warn her over the years? How many times? Now, her mother had sent her away, and had probably gone to meet with one of the various leaders of her former employer to prevent the hit squad from meeting its mark. Though she hated to admit it, she hoped Lily was all right. Would they come after me? The thought had entered her mind. Maybe. Although she had little affiliation with either organization, thanks to her own efforts over the years, the fact remained that she was the daughter of one of Limnic's greatest advocates turned greatest enemy. Oh God, how many times did I warn you to get out of there? The inability to take any meaningful action, and her concern with possibly becoming a target herself, frayed her hypervigilant nerves. It prevented her from being able to sleep, which was what she desperately wanted. But surges of adrenaline, spontaneously rushing through her veins, kept her awake and alert. Her spinning mind was trapped in a lethargic body. "Open device," Noe said. Tiny cameras embedded in the corners and the center of the room illuminated to project the holographic image of her device avatar. The character displayed feline traits, with the anthropomorphic figure of a well-proportioned woman in a tight-fitting cat suit. Its eyes, wide, shining and topped with exaggerated eyelashes, were the standout feature of a cartoonist caricature of a female cat. Noe called her Fyra. "Good evening, Noe. How can I help you tonight?" Fyra bounced with enthusiasm, striking a pose of encouragement by holding 2 fingers in front of her eye. But upon further inspection of her creator's mood, she quickly adjusted her tone. As opposed to the lively best friend mode she was accustomed to, she adopted the erect posture of a servant, awaiting commands. Noe looked at her with exhausted contemplation, mulling alternatives in her mind. Upon receiving no explicit command, Fyra automatically entered observation mode, bringing a half a century of powerful technological advances to bear in milliseconds. She had already analyzed Noe's biometric profile and knew she was under significant stress, more than usual. All the signs were present. The tension in her facial muscles, the upturned mouth, increased body temperature, elevated respiration and cardiac rhythm, and slouching posture informed the next executed command in her complicated algorithm. Fyra's face showed human concern. "Oh, what's wrong, Noe?" On a normal night, Noe would have relayed every detail to Fyra. But this night was far from normal. Worse yet, it wasn't over. She glanced up at the avatar, aware that she had already aggregated, organized, and analyzed all data relevant to her day via the device. Fyra knew what had happened. She was just being polite. "I don't want to talk about it, Phi." Fyra adopted an understanding tone. "That's okay. We don't have to talk about it now. But when you're ready to, I'll be here." Noah gave a weak nod. "Is there something else you would like to do right now?" "Yeah. Can you pull up bookmark number 5? "Sure thing. Would you like it tangible or via telepathic link?" Fyra's tone was dutiful, yet compassionate, like that of a hospice nurse. On a standard evening, she would have opted for the telepathic link option. But today is no standard day, she repeated to herself. "Let me have it, Tange. I need to do something with my hands." "I thought so. Fira laughed softly. Fira's hologram blinked away. Then, in the next instant, the Good Seed website beamed to the surface of her device. Noe labored to reach for it from her comfortable position on her couch. Though she never purchased anything from the website, browsing had become one of her go-to activities whenever she was stressed or bored. The reason why escaped her. Oh, there's a sale on height disposition. Wow, that's rare. What? That much for heat resistance? It's just gonna keep getting hotter, so gotta have that. What about hair and eye color? Blue eyes are still so costly. I guess I could get the discount on the brown ones, then put back the flu immunity. It only guarantees protection from certain strains of it anyway. No guarantees. She flicked the screen, going back and forth with her options. There were so many to choose from. Too many. Her arms growing fatigued, she dropped the device by her side on the couch, then flung her head back against the soft cushion, and stared at the blank ceiling in exasperation. The thought of having a child the old-school way crept into her mind, as it did every time she completed a browsing session on the website. She pictured another being within her. The unappealing idea of it leeching off of her body's own vital processes, absorbing her life force from within, then feeding, clothing, nurturing, and caring for the child for an unknown number of decades, clashed with the biological imperative of reproduction. Two considerations locked in a ceaseless struggle for dominance. I could do it, she thought. Noe had no shortage of male, female, non-binary, or robotic suitors who would gladly step up to perform the task. Although, she knew she didn't need anyone's help to get pregnant. I can suggest a few places online to find potential sperm donors of any ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or background, Noe. Fira's image reappeared in front of her. Noe kept her head tilted toward the ceiling, but her eyes slid down to meet Fira's. She exhaled a sigh. No, that's alright. You know how I get when I look at this stuff. I really have no idea if I really want to do it, you know? I'm just not sure if I'm ready for all that. You'd rather have someone committed to you to help, like a marriage partner? Fira's voice was like that of a mother. No way. There's no point getting married anymore. That shit went out the window with my parents' generation. I see. Fira paused. From the way her eyes flashed, Noe could tell she was searching for something that might be helpful for her creator among the infinity of human knowledge. I found a sale on the mid-range colored skin tone that you were searching for the other night on Good Scene China and Russia's domains. Would you like me to tunnel in? I can encapsulate the data and allow you to browse or buy if you want. Noe weighed her options. Better not. Too risky. I still gotta think about my clearance. Understood. Fira closed the browser. She noted Noe's vital signs relaxing. It was an indication the amber-tinted light filter she had chosen independent of her master's commands had the desired soporific effect. I will say goodnight now, Noe. I'll talk to you later. Fira disappeared, and the cameras went dark. Noe let out an involuntary yawn. Good night, Fi, she murmured. Her legs curled onto the small space of the couch. As soon as her eyes closed, she lost consciousness. Sleep settled over her like a warm blanket, acting as a protective shield from the revelations that would soon come her way. Chapter 27. Next of Kin. This shouldn't take long, was Noe's initial thought during the pre-mission brief. It was a routine digital infrastructure demolition, DID, mission she had led countless times before, so her confidence was high that there would be no trouble. There had been reports of enemy Black Hat activity in the area, but the number of raids on support units had diminished in the weeks prior to the operation, so only a light escort team was necessary. Her target? A defense outpost just outside of a facility where several quantum computers were live and operational, allowing for the enemy to achieve digital superiority over the space. The fact that the facility was only running at 55% capacity was somewhat suspicious. What else could they be planning? Where is the rest of their computing power coming from? There was a possibility of digital ambush, but other units couldn't spare the resources, forcing her to make do with what she had. Embracing the United States Space Force's unspoken creed to own the gray. She assembled her team. 4 men, 3 women, and 2 bots materialized before her in the virtual waiting room. The small squad exchanged no words, only took action. Noises of militaristic preparation filled the air, originating from 9 out of 10 team members. One of the bots made no sound at all, as he or she, no one could never tell the difference, performed a weapon function check. Must be something wrong with their host server. A common problem with assets logging in on old or under-maintained servers. Her attention turned from the bot to her own gear. Weapon? Check. Comms? Good to go. Cyber disruption kit? All green. Her check was done seconds before the soundless glitch bot, who was the last to complete its preparations. With the gear ready and objective clear, they set out on their mission. From the waiting room, the small fighting force appeared in a field of tall grass bathed in moonlight. Noe noticed a bridge crossing a nearby river exactly a quarter mile from their position. The facility should be just beyond there. The squad clustered together, with Noe in the point position of the diamond formation. Under the light of a half moon, they waded through a field of tall grass, sparsely populated by large trees. One of the bots put a humanoid hand to its ear. "I hear the river," it said. "Must be close now." Noe received the message telepathically, feeling the uncomfortable brain nudge of arriving messages. She had never gotten used to someone else's thoughts hitchhiking on invisible waves into her mind. It was something she reserved for web browsing and missions only. Despite the uneasiness, she had to admit, security was much better than easily intercepted traditional comms. Upon reaching the river, Noe directed her team with firm hand signals to follow it to the north. In less than a minute, they reached a bridge guarded by 2 enemy sentries, wearing black military field uniforms. Their faces were strained with concentration, eyes scanning the swaying sea of grass ahead. Noe approached one of the guards from behind with stealth, while the trickling of the flowing river aided to mask her steps. Within 5 paces of the first guard, she unholstered her code stun ray, aimed at his neck, and fired. The guard fell in a heap. By the time the second whirled around to attack, she had pulled the trigger on him as well. He joined his fellow guard in the dirt near the foot of the bridge. Convinced the 2 guards were no longer a threat, she pulled up a holographic map of the battle space. Under 1,000 feet from the objective. Just have to cross the bridge, then it will be easy from there. With the path clear, she turned around to confirm the team's next course of action. To her surprise, she found none were behind her. She was alone. Where are they? Noe began to panic. The mission objective was so close, but how could she do it without them? What happened to them? Captured? Logged off? Fled? DED'd? Dead? No, they couldn't be DE'd. At the moment she made the decision to fall back to reconsider her options, something impacted her from behind. Her vision tunneled, legs slackened. She fell to the grass unconscious, without the opportunity to fire her weapon. She awoke in an interrogation cell. It was a small room with a dingy metal door, a bucket in the corner, and a metal table crammed against the wall. Noe was strapped to the floor with cold metallic constraints, bound at the wrists and ankles to the floor, Vitruvian man style. Her limbs stretched to form a giant X. She had been stripped of her field gear, and only wore her standard issue midnight blue colored t-shirt and her black tactical pants. She struggled against her restraints, but found no leverage in her disadvantaged position. Fear rising, her mind began to cycle through escape options. It was an attempt to block out thoughts of what her captors might do to her. There has to be a way out. Has to be. Then, the metal door opened, groaning on rusted hinges. Noe strained her neck to get a better view of her captor, her enemy. It was a woman, not much taller than she was. Her uniform was the same as the sentries at the bridge, with the addition of a black hood that covered most of her face. Only her hateful eyes were visible through an improvised opening in the hood. The homemade face covering made her appear more like a common thug than a soldier. The boots circled Noe, echoing with every definitive step. The woman in black stopped near her head, knelt down, then produced a device from one of her cargo pockets and held it up to Noe's field of vision. It was a polished black cylinder with a small rectangular head attached to the end. It looked like a fancy razor blade upon first glance. The woman set the device down gingerly onto the surface of the floor next to Noah's face. Noe maintained her vision toward the rotting ceiling, unwilling to acknowledge the object or its owner. "You know what this is?" the woman in black said. Her tone was brusque, voice partially hoarse, as if it had been yelling at someone or something all day. Noe kept quiet. She concentrated all of her being on controlling her quivering limbs and the rising sense of foreboding gripping her entire body. She knew very well what the object was. It was stronger and more menacing than any archaic conventional weapon. Guns, swords, bombs, cyber attacks, even lasers. None were more powerful in her mind. Death was preferable to having a digital extermination device, DED, used on you. A dead? I thought those were made illegal by the Shanghai Conventions. Noe's terror manifested in cold pools of sweat expanding at her armpits. The loss of control over her movement, combined with the awareness of the dead, merged into a ball of terror that threatened to escape from her mouth in the form of a scream. She fought with all of her being to suppress the feeling by showing a face of defiant resistance to the woman staring into her eyes. A dead had the power to end her digital life for good, via the complete erasure of her existence in the virtual landscape. Any aspect of her life connected online, from the most insignificant, like photos, to the most important, like medical records and even her digital avatar companion Fyra, would be destroyed in seconds by a carefully calculated sequence and composition of light waves encapsulated in an object that looked like a hygiene product. The masked woman slammed an open palm on the table, causing an echo in the tiny cell. "What was your objective?" In response, Noor responded with the words she had been instructed to repeat should she ever become a prisoner of war in the physical or digital realm. Noelani Acosta, Captain, 626-230392, July 17th, 2029, server number 862623. Noelani Acosta, Captain, 626-230392, July 17th, 2029, server number 862623. She repeated the words an unknown number of times while staring at the ceiling. She felt that it was only a matter of time before she felt a black steel boot shatter her soft rib bones, or worse. The hand slam came again. Her captor grabbed the dead from the floor. "Who sent you?" Another slam on the table. The slam became a repeated pounding, first distant from the first, then closer and closer. The dead floated between her eyes. Noe clenched her eyes shut with full awareness that she was powerless to prevent the nameless mercenary from forcing her eyelids open and pressing one button. One button that would end her life as she knew it. She wrestled against her restraints in vain, only causing herself further pain in her already compromised position. Then she felt fingers, dry and cracking, forcing her left eye open. "You will talk!" Tears of frustrated sadness rolled down her cheek as she continued to fight. The bright white light triggered an involuntary shriek to escape from her lips. Her cries mixed with the laughter from the hooded mercenary. Noe sat up on her couch with a small gasp. It took her several seconds to realize she was in her living room. Safe. Drenched in sweat, heart pounding uncontrollably, muscles tense with fear from the fuzzy memory of the nightmare, she closed her eyes to calm herself. Normally, she would make a mental note to ask Fyra to replay the nightmare later in her file, to help her analyze the submerged parts of her psyche that conspired to produce such a hellish scenario. That was not going to happen this time. Not a chance in hell. This one was headed to the permanent delete folder. She noticed a hint of morning light entering through the thin line between her parted curtains. She hurried to the kitchen sink, then swallowed an entire glass of water in loud gulps. It made her feel a little better, but she still felt winded and shaky. The time on her refrigerator read 5:30. Guess I slept all the way through the night. A pounding on her apartment door caused her to jump. In her rattled state, she stumbled through the limited space of her apartment to answer it. She looked through the peephole to see a man in a suit. Her initial instinct was to walk away. I look and feel like shit. But what if it's... The memory of a brief phone conversation drifted into her mind. She unlocked the door and opened it. A large, tall man, pecan-toned skin, stood before her, He wore a crumpled, expensive suit with a loosened tie dangling about his neck. The face was full, haircut short but slightly overgrown. There was something vaguely familiar about his eyes. They were large and syrup brown, and even in her shaken state, produced a twinge of nostalgia as she peered into them. The projected muted strength of resolve in the tender gaze, a resolve that had been thoroughly tested within the last 24 hours. The observation made Noe feel less self-conscious about her busted appearance, and made her feel like she could trust the large man who had pounded on her door to unknowingly rescue her from her nightmare. Miss Acosta?" His voice was low and scratchy. "Yeah." Noah's voice sounded far away, even to herself. "I'm Rodan Mitchell. We spoke on the phone earlier today. I mean, yesterday." He took in the woman standing in the doorframe. In the interval between two blinks, Rodan's vision ran the length of her body from head to toe and back. It registered her regular midnight blue-colored t-shirt with dark sweat stains under the arms and breasts, her black running shorts with two smooth, muscular legs extending to the floor. Even with her unkempt appearance, she was beautiful. By the end of the second blink, he refocused on her face. The eyes, glossy and dilated, were a tawny shade of brown, containing a dash more orange than brown, as if live embers lay within, simultaneously emitting warmth while glowing with searing power. A pillow imprint was etched onto the left side of her face. She looked scared, but ready to fight. Rodan knew the look well. He had seen it too many times to count. Who knows what kind of hell she's been through for the last 12 or so hours. And now this. Rodan dropped his head, then raised his eyes to meet hers. "I'm sorry if my knocking scared you. Didn't mean to alarm you. Can I, speak with you for a minute?" "She's dead, isn't she?" Noe said, her voice flat, arms crossing her chest. Rodan put his hands on his hips, then sighed heavily. He hesitated. "I see directness runs in the family." Yeah. Yes, she is." "I knew it." Hot tears stung her eyes, blurring her vision. "I'm terribly sorry for your loss." Rodan was at a loss for words. He stared at the top of his weathered dress shoes to let the moment breathe. When he was a cop, next of kin notifications were one of the parts of the job he had never gotten used to. He never thought he would have to deliver another one. Burning tears streamed down Noah's face as the realization of her mother's death hit her with devastating realness. "She's gone. How many times did I warn her?" Rodan looked as if he wanted to reach out and comfort her, but he took no action. Just stood looking with half-closed eyes toward an empty pot with a long dead plant in it outside of the door. Through tears and the tightness in her chest, Noe managed to speak. "How?" Rodan raised his gaze, straightening himself to a professional posture despite his exhaustion. "We're still gathering all the details, but the murderer appeared to have access to your mother's house, since there was no sign of forced entry. An initial medical examination determined that the cause of death was heart failure, but we'll know more after the official autopsy is complete." Noe shook her head. Tears fell wet and warm onto her chest. "My mother didn't have any medical problems." She looked into Rodan's eyes with a hard gaze. "It was one of them who did this, right? It was Limnic. A lump formed in Rodan's throat. He swallowed it to maintain his bearing and mask his anger. Limnic again. They won't get away with this. That remains to be seen, Miss Acosta. I have a team of people that I trust working on this. I promise, we want answers as much as you do. We'll provide them to you as soon as we get them. The police are already working their investigation, but we'll be shadowing them every step of the way. Noit gave a weak nod. The lack of sleep and the exertion of crying made her feel lightheaded. She placed her hand against the door frame to balance herself. Rodan moved to steady her, placing a firm hand on her arm. "You're all right," he said reassuringly. "You should get some rest. You know my number. If you need anything from me, just send me a message. I'll contact you when we have more information about the situation." He gave her arm a tight squeeze, then made his way down the hall toward the elevator, dragging his heavy feet across the thin carpet. Noah closed the door, made her way to her couch, and sat slowly. The memories of her strained relationship with her mother over the years came rushing back, burning their way through her like napalm. As waves of guilt surged and shook her to the core, she vowed at that moment to find her mother's killer and bring an end to Limnic. And, if necessary, Cereus too, once and for all. The failed utopian fantasy had gone on long enough and claimed too many lives, and she was going to be the one to put a stop to it. Chapter 28. Barto's Retreat. Located a short 15-minute walk from the tranquil western shores of Lake Tahoe stood a cabin. It was the kind of place that would fit perfectly on the back of a winter postcard that the lake region had always been known for. A picturesque escape, warm and cozy, where a weary traveler, and perhaps a few guests, could find a respite from frosty temperatures and falling snow. The area had always been famous for its beauty, and it still was. The azure blue surface of the lake, surrounded by rugged snow-capped peaks and wild forests brimming with hundreds of species of trees and wildlife, still attracted millions of visitors and locals eager to experience the myriad activities available in the area. Barto Cooney was one of those frequent visitors. As a boy, his family would vacation at the lake every summer to take advantage of kayaking, windsurfing, and swimming, then return at winter time for snowshoeing, snowboarding, and skiing. Those were memories of the special kind, ones that had only ripened with the passage of time. He continued with the tradition as an adult. Back then, he made frequent trips with his then-wife, Pamela, and their son, Frederick. After his divorce, he continued to make the pilgrimage twice every year, sometimes with Pamela, with whom he still maintained an amicable relationship, or with a handful of old friends and work colleagues. The lake was his personal hideaway, a sacred space for those intimate few among the billions in the world that were worthy to share the exclusive experience with him. Although he considered himself to be an atheist, traveling to the lake was the only component of his life to take on spiritual attributes, besides going to In-N-Out Burger. In recent years,
He had been making the trip alone more and more often. Pamela had passed away, and his son had his own life. He worked in nanotechnology, doing something with tiny machines for big companies. Barto could never quite remember where he worked or what he did in his work. Meanwhile, his other close friends had aged into that period of life when it tends to take more than it gives. One, Matt, had a major business failure and was forced to shutter it on the precipice of retirement, so he had little disposable income for non-survival related activities. Another, Christine, had returned to Washington, D.C. to care for supremely elderly parents. A third, Dustin, decided to redo his 20s and indulge in all of the pleasures and pains he felt he had missed out on during those bygone formative years of his life. He had paid handsomely to reconstruct his 20-something-year-old body, hormones included. His body rejuvenated, he was traveling the world, experimenting with drugs, and having casual sex. Barto could never quite pinpoint where he was or contact him, and was content to receive the occasional postcard from him on sporadic occasions. Barto stood alone in the cabin wearing a fuzzy black bathrobe, white t-shirt, checkered boxer underwear, and well-worn house slippers, a cup of coffee in his hand. The summer sun was rising steadily on the opposite shore of the lake, bathing the polished vinyl flooring with natural light. It was a rustic place with few modern luxuries. A wood-burning stove with a pipe, extended up to the slanted roof, sat dormant in front of him. To the left of the stove was what used to be a small storage space for the old DVD and Blu-ray movies. It had been decades since it had been used for that purpose. Long ago, he had repurposed it as a bookshelf to store the physical copies of some of his favorite classic books. The Dune series, the Harry Potter series, and the Lord of the Rings were a few that made the cut. Above the bookcase, a discoloration of the wood hinted that a TV had once occupied the space. Overwhelmed by the amount of media choices, he had given up conventional media long ago and had it removed. The rest of the cabin was similarly unremarkable. The living room connected to a small kitchen with simple appliances, and the bedroom with a single bed for him and a guest. Since Pamela's death, he had not shared the bed with anyone else. Barto stared at his coffee, still reeling from the news he had received via a private line only minutes before. I can't believe Lily's dead. A flurry of unanswered questions cycled through his mind on repeat. Who? How? Why? Am I next? That left him, Silas, and Janus as the remaining founders. Could it have been Silas or Janus? He took a sip of hot Alpen-Sierra coffee. The liquid made him feel a little better, and aided to drive the unsettling ideation from his mind. This was what we agreed to do long ago. This was always the plan. We just didn't expect it to come about so soon, or so suddenly. He moved outside to a wide back patio. The old wood planks cracked and sagged beneath his weight as he walked to a single bench under the shade of a tree extending its branches over his head. He took a seat, coffee in hand, and stared at a narrow dirt trail between the trees. The smell of the lake and fresh pine floated from the path and filled his senses. He savored the cool, fresh air. It felt good. Up here, he could breathe, relax, even think. Something about being in the city made him feel restricted and limited. The serene environment allowed his mind to kick into another gear. It made it easier to begin finding solutions to the many problems he was facing. Rodan will be able to do it. He's the perfect person to assume command. With his connections, I know he'll be able to lead Cereus through the final phase of its evolution. He's not the most refined or organized, but he's loyal, and knows the organization inside and out. Plus, he probably won't openly question orders. He felt like he was 25 years younger, convincing his young son that the flu shot wouldn't hurt. Even if his sanguine thoughts were half-truths, they made him feel better. A soft ping from his device captured his attention. He pulled it from the pocket of his robe. His old eyes found the screen and read the message. Found forensic pathologist. Autopsy underway. More answers soon. Rodan. His arm lowered to his side with the device in it. Then he leaned his head back onto the cool metallic surface of the back of the bench. A sigh escaped his lips, discharging stress. Soon we'll know how it was done. Barto was burning with curiosity to find out more about his fellow founder's demise. Lily's untimely and suspicious death was not the only thing that concerned him. He was also eager to know what was happening among the Comvilles and how its citizens were absorbing the effects of the order. This is where we would truly see if we were right. If all of the effort and sacrifices made during our lives resulted in lasting change in our society. True, it had only been nearly 24 hours since he pressed the button, but even in the tranquility of his sanctuary, he perceived that much had occurred within the last day. Much like in an old episode of 24, the clock was ticking, and many lives had been forever altered or ended in that brief span of time. He thought of Lily again and shuddered. She had always been good to him, and now she was gone. Barto hoped it wasn't for nothing. With naive optimism, he wanted to believe that Lily and Cereus had already made its mark. That its legacy would not be that of the organization that sparked a war, furthered existing societal divides, and spawned one of the most ruthless domestic terrorist organizations the country had ever seen. He truly wanted to believe. Had to. It was the only way he could convince himself that his and her entire life had not been wasted. He thought to contact the other founders to explain his logic before activating the order, but decided against it. He was done begging them for permission, following their lead. After all, had it not been his policies that served as the foundation of Cereus's model? He owed none of them an explanation, but, being a lifelong people-pleaser, was prepared to give one anyway. How can I possibly explain it to them? He visualized the other three founders standing on his patio before him. Silas with his arms crossed, a scowl on his face. Old Lily, hands on hips, impatient for a detailed Wikipedia description that she probably would not fully understand. And Janus, straight-lipped, eyes smoldering with anticipation for more data to process. He said, Okay, I know you're all irritated. Silas, don't look at me like that. But think about it this way. In the beginning, the prevailing economic and political winds were on our side, fueled by world events. The aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, technology wars, the great disasters of the 2030s, the first cyber wars, and the Exodus drove people to us. People were hungry for revolution. However, now the same social, economic, demographic, cultural, and ideological forces that allowed Cereus to prosper back then were turning against us. I ran the numbers, and I saw the need to take decisive action. Through complex data analysis and economic trend research, I concluded that capitalism had done what author Paul Mason described with stunning clarity in his book Post-Capitalism. It had mutated and adapted in order to survive into its next evolution. So that's why I did it. He wasn't completely convinced they would buy his reasoning, as logical as it seemed in his mind. At this point, it doesn't really matter if they do. What's done is done. There's no going back now. Onward we go. Alone on the bench, he pondered the ironic similarities between nature and capitalism. One, created by who knows what powerful force. The other, created by man, reflecting all of humanity's greatest aspirations and fears. Both ruled by order and chaos, both deaf to the desires of conscious beings, corporations, or institutions. He shook his head and laughed to himself. The beauty of the parallel gave him pause. To think that highly irrational beings such as him could create an economic and political system that mimicked the natural order so well made him smile with dark humor. We are truly the god and gods of old. The sound of footsteps inside the cabin snapped him back from his theoretical musings. Barto whipped his neck from its inclined position toward the cabin, causing him sharp pain. The footsteps stopped. He concentrated his ear, locked his eyes on the sliding door. Droplets of cold sweat began to build on his forehead as he listened. Had he imagined the noise? Oh shit, delusional behavior is a sign of dementia. Hopefully it's not that. Damn it, Barto, focus! More footsteps, this time closer. Unsure of what to do, he formed the skeleton of a decision tree in his brain to consider his options. What will Barto do? Run toward the lake? Investigate the noise? Stay on the bench and hope for the best? He moved the imaginary cursor in his mind to make his decision. When he heard steps in the kitchen, his algorithmic decision-making system broke down, leaving him frozen and shaking in his place. He feared that he might wet himself. When the sliding door opened, Barto unknowingly held his breath. He realized it when he recognized the person who stepped onto the patio, but still found no relief from his nervousness or the stress-induced muscle tension in his neck. How the hell did he find me? It was Janus. He wore a plain black t-shirt and jeans. The wrinkles on his face appeared to stand out under the natural sunlight. He looked down at Barto on the bench with a slightly upturned lip, eyes glowing with intensity. Hello, Barto. You and I need to talk. Chapter 29. Ideological Differences. Barto stared at Janus in disbelief, unclear why he had come. How did you find me? He said with a dry mouth. Janus let out a low laugh, displaying his incredulousness. Come now, Barto. You of all people should know that information is always for sale. It all depends on the price one is willing to pay. Barto leaned forward to stare at the surface of the patio. Of course I know that. I just didn't expect you, of all people, to track me down. What are you doing here? I thought you were meeting with some of our associates in Spain. As soon as I received the order, I took the first hypersonic back over. The flight was quite enjoyable. Barto acknowledged with a nod of the head. He relaxed slightly, but still felt the urge to run into the woods, even if he was only wearing a bathrobe. Barely time to get a decent nap on those flights. They're so quick. Anxious laughter followed his comment. His attempt to dispel some of the dead air between them fell flat. Something was off about Janus today. He seemed more withdrawn than usual. From his position by the patio door, he regarded Barto in an odd manner, like a person would observe a stray animal, weighing whether or not he should feed it or toss it out to the street to fend for itself. For several seconds, neither man spoke. To a casual bystander, they appeared as two men enjoying an idyllic Lake Tahoe morning. Two old friends, among sounds of chirping birds, rustling trees, and lapping lake water. Barto stared back, fidgeting on the bench. Damn Janus, the king of awkward pauses. Gotta do something to break this tension. A decision tree unfolded before him. What should Barto do? Ask about Lily? Ask about Spain? Ask Janus about how he was doing? Flee? An imaginary cursor flicked between the options. You heard about Lily, right? Janus's face remained inexpressive. Yes, I did. Very tragic. Rodan sent a message a little while ago. Said that a pathologist was going to conduct an autopsy soon. I'm not sure how he was able to find one so fast, but I think there was one forensic pathologist committee established in a Comville in SoCal a few years back. He might have tapped into one of those networks and called in a favor. Barto's tone was edgy. During his word dump, he studied Janus, hoping anything related to the topic of Lily's death might stir a reaction of some kind. His face remained neutral, unfeeling. Typical Janus. Why did you execute the order? Janus asked. The jarring shift in topics combined with his expectant tone caused Barto to recoil on the bench. His wrinkled frown communicated his dismay at the directness of his longtime colleague's question. I don't owe him an explanation. He silenced his inside voice, as he called it, and provided the rationale he had rehearsed just minutes prior. Ah, I see. So it was the market that caused you to act. The impending potential swing of the capitalist pendulum made you move. How pedestrian of you. That tone again. Barto ignored his initial thoughts of disgust, swallowing a giant lump in his dry throat. He was very thirsty all of a sudden. Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. As our chief financial officer, it's my job to make sure that we're solvent. Solvent? Janus said. The force behind his words coincided with a gust of wind from the lake trail. It caused trees around Barto to sway. Since when has solvency been a concern of ours? Barto shrank on the bench and hoped the tree wouldn't collapse on top of him. Visibly shaken, he attempted to bring up another decision tree for diffusing Janus's temper, but it would not come. Unclear how to proceed, he began to talk, hoping something would resonate to make him back down. Come on, Janus, you're not being realistic. I know we created Cereus to be exclusively built on bartering and the exchange of human skills, but we need money to survive. We still have to play nice with government officials, people in emerging markets, and those who are opposed to our philosophy, aka, our enemies, which, as you already know, we have more than a few. Uh-oh, he's still mad. Better keep talking. Whether we like it or not, our society revolves around money. Whether it's fiat, paper money, digitally created, or backed by something, doesn't matter. A lot of people still have the need to exchange something physical for something physical. Paying in services or time or whatever else just doesn't jive with a lot of them. But you, of course, already know all this. Janus's face contorted. Don't lecture me on economic theory. I am well aware of the trends at play here. Barto straightened his posture. He felt some of his confidence return to him. Okay, he's less mad. Good. We agreed to each have the ability to begin the final phase at any time, and I took action on that, that's all. You were short-sighted in taking that action. In what way? I was poised to open an opportunity for Cereus to expand in Spain. It would have been our foothold into Europe. Now those hopes have been dashed by your hasty decision. The two men glared at each other, each one wedded to their own justifications and decisions. Barto's fear had lessened to mild irritation at his old colleague. Why does he press this issue? This is what we agreed. It was over 3 decades ago, but it was what we all agreed back then. He stood, letting out a deep sigh. Could it be that you're a bit, jealous that it was me who made the call and not you? He let out a small laugh, mostly at the thought of the all-rational and forward-thinking Janus succumbing to the basic human emotion of envy. I'm Abel and he's Cain. Oh wait, Cain murdered Abel out of jealousy. Oh shit, there I go again. Damn it. Barto, focus. Gotta focus. A crooked smile curved itself onto Janus's face. Of course not, Barto. My goal is to spread our values across the world as much as possible with Cereus, using Limnic as the vehicle. At the mention of Limnic, Barto stepped back so suddenly he nearly stumbled onto the bench. His incredulous look stripped the usual naivete from his face. Janus it can't be. Limnic? Janus, you? It was you. You're the mastermind behind Limnic? But why? A tree close to the patio cast a long shadow that fell on half of Janus's face. The eyes of 2 distinct men bored into Barto. One of a pioneer visionary, the other of a terrorist revolutionary. He was not sure which person would answer the question. Because in all of our plans and calculations, we failed to consider the darkness in the hearts of people. Modern humankind only seeks the indulgences of the self, endlessly worshipping a false ego cultivated by adept hands that pull their strings and, as a result, dictate their every want, desire, and action. Thanks in large part to modern technology, humankind has devolved from an independent mind to the mind of a beast, a savage animal controlled by the shock collar of cheap entertainment, the leash of all-seeing and all-knowing machines with prescient capabilities, the carrot stick of lies perpetrated by governments, corporations, churches, religions, and schools that promise reward for effort and intellect, yet ultimately favor the charismatic, well-connected extrovert with sterling lineage. In short, our social fabric has become ripped to tatters by our individual need to conceive and nurture institutions. This need causes us to raise anything in our path that stands in opposition of the deification of the institution or of the institutionalized self. The self most view as incontrovertible proof of their existence and life's work. The projection that they will pay any price to protect and preserve. This mindset is etched into our biological code and is slowly leading our species to suicide via planetary consumption. This dangerous thinking needed to be reined in somehow, through means that the masses understand. Barto blinked rapidly, in a wholehearted attempt to follow Janus's logic, with a look of concentration on his face. Janus went on. Imagine a world where all 10 billion souls on this planet have everything that a society based on profit, market forces, and being solvent are the reigning priorities. Old world thinking would have us all believe that this is the desired condition. That all people can be entrepreneurs, rapid consumers, have deep, satisfying relationships, and follow their heart's desires simultaneously, while still being a caring and productive participant of society. This pernicious ethos, encouraged by liberal humanism, was the expectation at the beginning of this century. And where did it lead us? A trashed planet, full of apathetic consumers who only think of their next dopamine hit from something that is not a person. Mindless drones, prepared to hold their individual truth aloft over all else, and use it as a basis to trample on the truths of others as they clamor for drama and conflict. The necessity for conflict and struggle is vital to the human condition. Without it, they are beside themselves with idle hands and ultimately succumb to mammalian desires for sex, food, or other forms of distraction. Don't you see? Violence and disorder is all they know and understand, so I will give it to them. Barto looked unimpressed. It had been a long time since he heard one of Janus's tirades. He remembered how much he disliked them. So you counteract their materialism and ego with violence? Swapping one undesirable human trait for another seems counterintuitive to me. Or as my mother used to say, 2 wrongs don't make a right. He put his hand to his chin in a thinking position. Actually, I'm pretty sure all mothers say that at some point to a child. Barto laughed anxiously. But hear me out, Janus. How much of this is your own vanity, your own ego, your pride? What you describe is the way the world has always been in some form. We just have better tech now to use to control others and satisfy our need for conflict in our lives. From the strongest in the tribe of Neanderthals, to the feudal lord, to the top biogenetically enhanced athletes of today, there have always been those with more power over others, willing to use that power to exploit those that they perceived as being weaker or less capable than them. Cereus wasn't meant to change that. It was meant to recalibrate the scales of society back from the brinks of rampant inequality of the early 21st century, give average people a chance at self-actualization by allocating value to even the smallest of actions, and provide them with a community to share those actions. It was never meant to destroy old world thinking. It was supposed to gradually eclipse it by providing a better way of thinking that would hopefully benefit more people and the planet in the long run. That's all. Janus had heard enough. He turned on a heel to leave. Barto took a shaky step forward. Janus, what you're doing is terrorism. All those people, the attacks, the live demolitions of buildings while people were still inside. It was you. He stared at the back of the silver hair, wondering what his next words or move would be. Janus was motionless, contemplating some kind of response. Is he going to kill me? Damn it, I'm going to die in my bathrobe. Knew I should have put on pants this morning. Barto, focus! His eyes glanced down at his checkered undergarments as his pulse began to accelerate. All of a sudden, he felt very exposed and cold. No, I won't kill you. How did he know what I was thinking? Well, he said he wouldn't kill me. Huh, praise be. Janus, what are you planning to do? Whatever it is, it's not too late to call it off, Barto said. Janus stepped toward the cabin, shook his head, then looked over his shoulder. I am not a good or evil man. I'm just a being existing in this reality. Who's to say what is right and what is wrong? Bloody revolutions throughout history are seen as necessary ends, despite the massive loss of human lives. The same can be said about the imperial conquests of antiquity. History, in the end, recorded the majority of those events as righteous and just, despite the decimation of millions of people living a peaceful existence prior to imperialist arrival. He turned to face Barto again, reabsorbed into the debate. This was another consequence of capitalist overreach. The old world pitted capitalism and communism and its relative socialism against each other in perpetual ideological conflict. But these philosophies were not at the root of the debate. The real origin of the feud were the differing perspectives between liberal and socialist humanism. Do I favor the needs of myself and those closest to me over the needs of society? Or the needs of society at large over my individual freedom? These were the questions underpinning many old world squabbles. Questions they still wrestle with to this day. Our conflict is different. It is the clash between these old branches of humanism and neo-evolutionary humanism. This is the ideological conflict of our time. Are you talking about Harari's definitions of humanism in that old book Homo Deus? Barto asked, making a concerted effort to recall the details of a book he had read decades ago. Janus flashed a congratulatory grin. Precisely. The mentality, do what feels good for the individual, of liberal humanism, as well as the sentiment, do what feels good for the party, collective, or people in power, of socialist humanism, have pushed our species and planet to the disaster that is our modern society. The Nazis of the Third Reich attempted to end the conflict once and for all with their philosophy of evolutionary humanism through their heavy-handed eugenics practices. But their barbaric and short-sighted methods were insufficient to truly move the human race forward. For you cannot teach a man to fly. He has no wings. Barto let out an audible groan at the cryptic comment. He was sick of being lectured. Even death was preferable at this point. What's your point? The human experience as we know it is an arbitrary thing. It is not unique or special, and with existing technology, a sufficient imitation can be replicated, reproduced, and manipulated at will. It is an illusion, conjured up by beings drifting toward chaos. Janus looked at his hands, then said, I am chaos. I know that now. It's time for me to embrace it. Barto looked at him with confusion, unclear what to say. Wow, that was dramatic. Janus ignored this statement. Goodbye, old friend, Janus said. He turned, then walked into the cabin and left his longtime contemporary standing alone on the patio. At that point, he knew it was too late to stop what had already been set in motion 24 hours ago. The only thing left for them both to do was to play their respective parts. No matter their personal history, Janus was already aware that from this day forward, neither would walk the same path. They stood on opposite sides of a conflict that had been brewing for decades. He wondered if Barto had made the same observation. If he had, what would he try to do to stop him? Janus smiled to himself as he walked out of the front door to the cabin. Whatever challenge he brings, I'll be ready. Barto sat on his couch, sipping another cup of coffee. The aroma and warmth of the liquid helped relax him after his encounter with Janus. Didn't expect that plot twist. He's the one in charge of Limnic. How could I not see it after all this time? He must not fear me reporting him because he knows that it would implicate me as one of the founders of Cereus. Great. Over the years, he normally handled disagreements with Janus in one of two ways. Either he out-talked him. Just tried that. I seem to be getting worse at it as I get older. Or he consulted with Lily and filtered his message through her. His words via Lily's voice acted as the perfect check on Janus's bullheadedness over the years. I'm Congress and she's the Supreme Court. Nobody hates the Supreme Court. Plus she had boobs. Hard to argue with those sometimes. His eyes descended to his chest. I guess I have boobs now too. The joke made him feel lighter, but he was still worried. Lily was gone, which meant he would have to handle this conflict without her counsel. 10 minutes later, fresh cup of coffee in hand, pants on, he stood on the back patio, staring in the direction of the lake. He rubbed his stubbled chin and considered his options. Warn Rodan? Contact Silas? Do nothing? Cycling through the alternatives, he decided to walk away from the tree. Whatever I choose to do is going to unleash a shitstorm of epic proportions for all of us. He sat back on the bench to savor the cup of coffee. He wanted to enjoy a few more minutes of solitude before he made his next decision. Chapter 30, S.J. Arcade. On another morning, another old man stood among nature. 80 miles west from Barto's cabin, across the untamed landscape of trees and mountains of the Tahoe National Forest, the man stood as upright as his spine would allow, wearing a blue and black flannel shirt, beige slacks, comfortable work boots, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. Natural sunlight poured over the distant horizon, warming his face and cold joints. It served as a lubricant for his bones, which made it easier to make his morning walk around the grounds. Cause and effect. The rows of grapes stood in soldier-like rows, running from north to south. The orientation provided more sunlight, which meant better quality fruit. Higher the quality, the better the wine. He had to perform his inspection of the grapes early, before the heat of the day made the walk unbearable. It also gave him something to do after his body forced his eyes open at 0500 for his morning piss and shit, as he liked to call it. Despite his desire to get more sleep, neither his troublesome bladder nor his out-of-sync body clock would allow him to rest for more than 4 or 5 hours per night. A blessing and a curse he had learned to accept decades prior. He always found something productive to do with the time before the world woke up and began to make demands of him. Demands he would most likely ignore. Always judicious with his time, he rarely allowed deviations from his schedule. I'm the immigration authority, and everybody wants in, came his thoughts whenever he politely refused an unwanted or unwarranted request. The man walked the dirt road with measured steps, careful to kick up as little dust as possible. Too much dirt was bad for the end product. Gonna be a good harvest this year. The plants greeted him with a subtle flowery aroma. He stopped to take in the smell of one. Standing like a miniature tree, it rose to the height of his chest, strong, and boasting tiny pale green spheres that, in a few months' time, would yield a tasty alcoholic beverage. The scent was refreshing. A satisfied smile formed on his dry lips. The sun had nearly completed its ascent over the horizon, taking its place among the scattered wisps of clouds populating the sky. He had a contentious relationship with the heat, one that had only become worse with time and age. So he hurried his pace to seek shelter. His quick steps rustled dusty pebbles beneath his feet as he made his way to the 72-acre winery's defining feature. The single reason he had decided to partner with the original owners of the property, the wine cave. Stones were fixed to the walls and ceilings, forming a perfect arched chamber that was ideal for cooling the space down in the sweltering summer heat. With the proper arrangement of tables and chairs, There was enough room to accommodate over 100 guests. This had been a regular occurrence in the early days of the property, when it had been known as the Mount Vernon Winery. The cave served several purposes in the past. It was a storage space for over 500 barrels of French and American-aged wines. It had also been a popular social gathering spot. The original owners used to host elaborate dinners and wine showcases back in the day. Dimly lit strings of glowing lights, flowing wine, and the low rumble of conversation among the sound of clanking silverware worked in tandem to facilitate a warm and friendly atmosphere in what should have been a cold and dark space. But that era was past. The old man had developed such strong ties with the owners that upon their death, he purchased the property and its wine production operation. He didn't know much about oenology and all of its subtle complexities when he began. Didn't even know winemaking had some fancy name like that. Who knew? But through true millennial grit and determination, he had become a self-made viticulturist. A year of Google searches and on-the-job training from the enthusiastic winery staff was all he needed. Didn't need no help from nobody. All me, American work ethic. Truly started from the bottom, now I'm here. Just like the old Drake song. He stepped into the cave and immediately felt coolness wash over him. Felt his eyes returning to the comforting darkness. I don't understand why people don't like caves. Yeah, they can be dark, wet, and creepy, but they can also be places of rest and growth, especially for some of nature's less attractive creatures. Caves serve as a haven for non-attention-seeking beings to thrive and do their quiet work, sometimes in the complete absence of light. Caves protect, store, and provide homes. Caves are where the true magic happens. The flash of a light from the extreme end of the cave disturbed his thoughts. Someone had tainted the dark, and his good mood along with it. The light came from one glowing computer monitor at the far end of the tunneled chamber. Several linked tables ran the length of the sidewall, with 26 identical 32-inch monitors on top. One of the 26 had been powered on. In front of it sat two figures with curved backs, a man and a woman. Their eyes flitted back and forth, hands moved in coordinated activity, tapping buttons and manipulating joysticks with a lifetime of practiced ability. In their digital lives, they had been rivals for decades. In the physical, they were the closest of friends, going as far as calling each other soulmate, despite never having been married or intimate. At least as far as the old man knew. He approached the two as silently as possible, smiling to himself to allow them to have their early morning time alone as they played early morning matches in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Damn, Issa, I swear your Lucina is just too good, the man said. His voice came out in a raspy low tone that told the story of his age, despite the younger-looking pale skin of his face. Issa patted his mid-thigh. Your cloud has gotten better over the years, Jake. At this rate, maybe in another decade you'll be able to beat me. Her wrinkled lips molded into a mocking grin on her gaunt, espresso-toned face. Jake scoffed. I knew I should have picked a top-tier character like Wolf all those years ago, but no, I just had to stick with Mario. He's the one I grew up playing since the N64 days. I could have beat your ass on that version. Oh, really? Issa said, a gleam in her eyes. We can pull it up right now and see if you can back up all that bullshit you're spouting. She leaned in closer to his face. He inclined his head closer to her face and whispered, If you pick old school Link in N64, my Mario will slaughter you. The old man shook his head from his place in the shadow of the cave. Unable to remain quiet, he cleared his throat in an obnoxious manner. It echoed up and down the cave, alerting Issa and Jake to his presence. Will you two just kiss already? He said. His words came out as a taunt. He knew it was the best way to get a reaction out of them. Gotta speak their language, he thought with amusement. In response, the two separated from one another like two teenagers caught in a compromising position. Jake whipped his hands nervously to his side. Issa scrunched her lips up in a frown smile while her hands casually moved to smooth out non-existent wrinkles in the light purple pajama pants she wore. The old man smirked. The scene pleased him very much. Silas, we didn't see you there, Jake said. How long have you been lurking over there? I guess I was lurking. Long enough to see that 3-star match. You in poor form this morning, Jake. Jake hung his head low. Issa snickered. I know. One day I'll give her the whooping she deserves. He cast a defiant look in Issa's direction. I figured I'll wait until her osteoporosis slows her down, then I'll finally win. Issa gasped with feigned incredulousness. She playfully flicked his ear. As if you would like that, wouldn't you? She turned toward him slowly, perking up her cosmetically altered chest. But if my fingers go, I wouldn't be able to do this. Her fingers crawled in a spider motion across his right leg. She enjoyed watching him shudder at her touch. Jake swallowed hard. Oh yeah, well, if my hand went, then I couldn't do this. He snapped his fingers at her left ear. He had learned long ago the sound of snapping was her Achilles heel. It gave him a rush to make her lose her regal confidence, to bring her down to his level. Silas threw his hands up and turned to walk away. He needed to continue his morning rounds. He had seen enough geriatric flirting for one morning. Age is just a number until you can't get it up anymore. He let out a bitter laugh. Jake chuckled too, unaware he was the butt of the joke. Wait, Silas. Jake rushed out of his seat as fast as his wobbly legs would allow. Issa folded her arms across her chest and rolled her eyes. Silas could tell she was frustrated. The sting of wounded pride looks the same on every human face, especially a woman's. Yes, Jake? Hey, I just wanted to thank you for letting us in on this place. He made a weak hand gesture toward Issa. She busied herself with the menu options on screen to give the appearance that she wasn't listening in on the conversation. It's no problem, Silas replied. I'm happy to see that the model is taking off. Jake nodded. The sound of his fragile neck bones cracking and popping accompanied the movement. You know, I have a cousin who's getting up in age. A place like SJ Arcade would be a great fit for him. Any chance you'll have any vacancies in the next month or so? Silas cast a scrutinizing glance at him. Jake's hopeful eyes, set deep in cosmetically stretched skin, were red and wet with anticipation, fueled by a combination of lack of sleep, a lifetime of staring at screens, and experimental drug use. "No, I'm sorry. We've got a wait list months long, and it takes a while for a slot to open up. Someone has to die for it to happen." Jake laughed. Silas's face held a derisive grin. Jake's smile vanished. He adjusted strands of his remaining gray hair to diffuse some of the awkwardness of the situation. "Apparently, he spent all of his money on his face. Forgot to leave some for the hair." Silas thought. Okay, I was just wondering." Jake lowered his head, defeated. Silas placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, don't worry. We have another facility in El Dorado Hills. It's smaller and doesn't have as many amenities, but same setup. Maybe your cousin can get in over there. Shorter wait list. Can't turn down another moneymaker, can I?" "Okay. Thanks, Silas." Jake returned to his chair and sulked. Issa placed a warm hand on his shoulder to console him. "Hey, at least you asked him, right?" She picked up his controller and offered it to him. "One more set before breakfast?" Jake immediately perked up, as much as his spine would allow. "You're on." Silas left the cave and walked toward the main house. He passed and greeted other sleepy-eyed residents on the way. Despite the early heat of the day, some were up taking restless walks, admiring the grapevines, or even having an early glass of Sauvignon before breakfast. He stopped to admire the house. It looked like it could have been pulled from its foundation in a European countryside and transplanted to the rolling hills of Auburn, California. With its trapezoid formation of large windows jutting out from the surface of the house, covered entryway, and masterfully landscaped hedges situated just outside of the house, it always reminded him of his trip through the tiny nation of Liechtenstein long ago. The house, its elderly inhabitants, the vineyards, and the land had become his refuge from the absurdities of the outside world. These days, he hardly left the grounds at all, except for the rare occasions he was called to San Francisco for a meeting with the other founders. It had been years since he attended one. He always found a way to avoid showing up in person. Initially, his participation with Cereus had been a knee-jerk reaction. He had quarreled openly with his father concerning his portion of his inheritance that he was supposed to receive upon the oil tycoon's death. To spite him, he joined and backed Cereus's cause. After a few years, the situation resolved itself. His father passed away before removing Silas from the will, and his brother, with whom he was supposed to share the inheritance, gave it up to go live in India or something on a religious calling. Silas didn't really know and didn't really care. They hadn't spoken in decades. Ultimately, he had been left with enough money to do whatever he wanted. Thus, S.J. Arcade was born. It was the crowning achievement of his life, and he enjoyed watching his fellow millennials live out their golden years playing video games and drinking wine while the rest of the world shriveled and died. Protect people and planet? Why would you want to protect it? There's only a few billion of us worth saving anyway. Ugh. He counted himself among that number. He still provided a small amount of his fortune to the organization through some contractual snare he had fallen into. Damn that Barto! But was only obligated to do so until 2065. Only 3 years to go. Silas vowed to live to see his donations to Cereus repaid in full, with interest, if he had his way. Even have to get all the fucking life and stitch surgeries in the world to make it happen. I'll get what I'm owed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a solitary figure moving up the dusty trail that connected to the main street. He squinted his eyes and could only make out a taller man wearing a blue button-down shirt and pants made of grayish light fabric. The man wore a blue cap that contained no branded or remarkable features, so low on his face that it shielded his eyes in shadow. Silas tensed as the man approached. His heart began to drum in his chest. Sweat began to tingle the hairs under his arms as he came closer. He could recognize the movement. It was the way that he was able to cover distance by rolling off of the ball of his feet and onto his heel while making minimal sound that had always impressed and irritated him. Why does he have to glide everywhere? Why can't he walk normal like the rest of us? Janus stopped in front of him and removed his ball cap. His silver hair seemed to glow under the light of the morning sun. Hello, Silas. Janus, what are you doing here? I thought you were in San Francisco or Spain or wherever after all that shit with the order went down a week ago. Janus grinned. Chains of plans. I wanted to talk business with you. Could you spare a few minutes of your time? Silas agreed, although he had a feeling that it would take more than a few minutes, and the business that Janus had in mind would most likely not be favorable for him. It hadn't been for a long time. Chapter 31. Curmudgeon. The two moved to Silas's study. It was a cavernous room situated underground, just below the main house on the property. A steep, handcrafted, unpainted stairwell led into the giant area. Silas had not gone through the trouble to cover the floor with a carpet or any other padding. Too much trouble. This caused the two men's footsteps to echo as they moved through the basement. Two thick, unpainted wooden support arches divided the room into symmetrical thirds. The third closest to the stairwell, or the fallout shelter, as Silas liked to call it, contained rows of shelves with assorted perishable foods, meals ready to eat of all varieties, including the much reviled veggie burger, and gallons of water on one side. The other side contained emergency supplies, such as flashlights, batteries, radios, and other nice-to-haves, as Silas called them, in case of a long-term power failure. The first third was a survivalist's wet dream, a form of insurance against some unknown apocalyptic event. You can never be too prepared, Silas said smugly as they passed the first giant supporting arch. Janus made no comment. He just stood with his arms at his sides, expression neutral. Smug bastard, Silas thought. I know he's impressed. You're probably jealous. Who wouldn't be? In the middle third of the room, Silas fashioned a meeting table by stacking several thin boards of wood on top of one another and setting them on top of paint cans. 6 expensive-looking chairs sat around the improvised table. The normally tan-colored wood appeared white from an undisturbed layer of dust on top of it. The meeting area was enclosed by sturdy mahogany glass display cases that showcased only a fraction of his extensive antique weapon collection. The cases were ranged by type, with one dedicated to swords, another to bludgeoning weapons, one to crossbows, and another to various types of knives. Small placards below each weapon displayed its name, country of origin, and speculated date of manufacture. Soft lighting in each case drew Janus's eyes. The cases looked out of place in the bunker. This was the museum, meant to both educate and intimidate any person who joined Silas in the study. It made him feel better knowing he could take his pick of killing device at any moment against anyone who displeased him too much. The rest of the collection is upstairs in various rooms around the house. Some of the residents like to practice on them with each other. Silas laughed at his own joke. Janus smirked, nodding acknowledgement. He's mocking me. How dare he mock a man in his own house, in his own fucking study? Might as well be stepping on my nuts. Janus, you bastard. Fuck you. Silas and Janus passed under the second half-painted arch into the final section of the basement. This third functioned as Silas's office. Bookshelves lined the back wall, filled with books from an assortment of fiction and non-fiction titles. Several metallic gray filing cabinets along the back left wall held his important personal documentation. It contained original paper copies as well as digitized versions. His desk consisted of 3 smaller metallic gray desks arranged like a giant letter C, crammed together to form one uneven surface. On top of the desk, 3 large monitors, a keyboard, a 3D printer, and an assortment of other computer peripherals lay in ordered chaos. Only a 1 foot by 1 foot square was free of electronic junk. But it too was occupied by a giant ripped open bag of Doritos and 3 crushed cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. A tangled mess of wires snaked, unconcealed and jumbled, down the front and sides of the second-hand desks. The cords slithered to outlets in the floor, just below the bargain piece of furniture. Got a deal on the cabinets and the desks on eBay years ago. Gotta be practical. Janus smiled and nodded, but said nothing. There he goes again, making fun. Idiot doesn't appreciate saving a buck. Look at his fancy new clothes. What a waste of money. Janus, you arrogant asshole. Come to my house to fuck with me, huh? To hell with you. Silas watched closely as Janus wandered to the far right corner of the office to study a power generator in standby mode. Observing Janus, he thought about why he had done business with the man in the first place. The history of the 2 men spanned decades, few of which Silas found enjoyable or pleasant. I was such a dumb fuck back then, always quick to blow my cash on the first thing I saw. Ugh. The reason he had partnered with the man was because he was looking to spend his father's inheritance as quickly as possible. At that time, Janus had already established the infrastructure which would become Cereus, and only needed additional capital investment to cover startup costs for the various properties it would use as centers of operation. Silas had been heavy in the real estate market and thought he could make extra money by acquiring land and property in high-value locations like San Francisco, Honolulu, and New York City, the most expensive real estate markets in the country at the time. And he did make money, a lot of it. So much that he created a new unit of measure to quantify his gains: the shit ton. 1 shit ton was the equivalent of $1 million. After the coronavirus pandemic and resulting eviction bonanza of 2020 and 2021, it had been even easier to snatch up whole blocks of property at bargain bin prices. He made 10 shit tons in 2022 alone, another 12 the next year. The profits continued to grow year over year after Cereus's founding, expansion throughout the US, then to certain locations around the world. There was one problem though: Janus. He never liked the man. The way he walked, talked, and his pompous social justice warrior attitude had always turned him off. Fucker thinks he's better than everybody in the goddamn world. As the organization grew and gained more influence, Silas's dislike and eventually hate grew proportionally. By 2054, 30 years after Cereus's founding, he had not been an active founder for years. His bank account became his proxy. He limited his contact with Janus and Barto to once a year at their annual founders meeting in South Lake Tahoe. This was only because he liked to ski and enjoy free booze at Barto's expense. He never liked Lily, never understood why Janus brought her on. Sure, she had a nice pair of tits and a nice ass, and her face wasn't bad either, but she had no business background at all. Yet, she still became Janus's right hand. He had become the left. She strokes and sucks him while I wipe his ass. Complete bullshit. I had the checkbook. It should have been me who was his number 2. The memory of it still frustrated him, even in his advanced age. Then, a week ago, Silas received a voice message from one of his old cop buddies still living in Sacramento. He had been his inside man in the Sac PD for years and had connections around the entire metro area. Now, he was a senior advisor, one of those online consultants who had access to police files and records. He was happy to pass Silas information anytime he requested it. Silas was bankrolling his daughter's college tuition at Stanford, after all. It was only fair. The message, brief but shocking, said, "Lily is dead." How? Silas responded via text message seconds later. "Looks like a heart attack, but foul play suspected." "Why?" "Because your favorite person was involved." The old police officer was still talking in code after all these years. It made sense. You never knew who was monitoring communication within or outside of the police department. "Send me the preliminary report." "Sure." It arrived via text message minutes later. Silas felt his heart begin to thunder in his bony chest upon reading the details. The last known visitors to her house were her daughter and Janus, which could only mean one thing. That bastard killed the bitch. Murdered in her own house. Now he's here to off me. He wants my fucking money. Always did. All this grandstanding about people this and planet that. Turns out he's money first, people never. Everyone is. The thought made Silas laugh to himself. In the end, Janus did bleed red, just like him and every other person on the planet. He was a normal man after all, no better than Silas. Silas stood in front of his desk, muscles tense, hands behind his back, while Janus faced the wall, analyzing an expensive-looking painting in a cheap frame. Neither had said a word in several minutes. "It seems you've been quite busy since the last time I've seen you." Janus's voice was flat. Silas kept his face expressionless and calm as he moved closer toward Janus. "Yes, I have. We've had several new residents in lately due to a few vacancies that came up recently." I see. How is your little retirement home cross-arcade, cross-winery business faring?" The blatant sarcasm of his words made Silas recoil with disgust. He gritted his yellowed teeth behind wrinkled lips. "Things are fine. I think the model has caught on." Silas clenched his hands behind his back. The veins of his hardened hands inflated under the strain. "What can I help you with, Janus? I haven't seen you since when? Was it Tahoe 57? Janus turned to face him. The light of the room, like that of a dungeon, poorly lit and shadowy, contributed to the mysterious nature of his gaze. "Yes, I believe it was then." Silas's laugh was empty, void of sincerity. He knew he was a poor actor, but he played the part anyway. "Good times, even though we're all old fucks now." Janus nodded, agreeing. "I know it. How I wish you had remained better connected with all of us in the organization, instead of retreating out here to watch the elderly and sickly among us die." Silas's forced smile at the semi-happy memory was replaced by his usual scowl. "He's baiting me into anger," Silas thought. He could feel dark clouds of fury swirling around his rational judgment. "Why did you walk away from us?" Janus's question betrayed a hint of longing. Silas took his time in answering, reveling in the brief moment of superiority over his longtime collaborator. "You already know the answer." He paused only briefly, not allowing enough time for Janus to respond. "After spending all those years with you and the others meeting in bombed-out buildings, scurrying from one forgotten location to the next, I finally realized the truth." "Oh, really?" The mucking had returned to Janus's voice. "What did you discover?" "That the delusional fantasy of Cereus that we all dreamed of wasn't possible. There was just too much opposition from mainstream politics, media, online culture. The whole machine was against us. We would never be able to make it last." He felt his pulse quicken and his breathing become ragged after giving the explanation. It had been years since his lungs had worked properly, and the augmentation he had received a decade in the past no longer functioned as well as before. It had never been enough to combat a lifetime of cannabis abuse. "You walked away too soon from everything, I think," said Janus. "Just like Lily." Silas laughed loudly, so loud he was sure tenants enjoying their breakfast in the community dining room above his study could hear. It made no difference to him. "Don't compare me to her. Your beef with Lily was that even with all your ambition and charm, she never wanted you. She would have rather lived the rest of her life with that Mexican scum than continue to help you build your illusion of utopia, and you never got over it." A violent coughing fit overcame Silas. His lungs burned from the exertion, yet even still, he mentally prepared his next verbal assault. Janus had no reply. He only offered Silas a level-headed stare. Silas regained his composure and continued. "Janus, don't you see that human beings were never meant to survive this long? That civilization as we know it has run its course, and whether we like it or not, we..." His finger waved erratically from himself to Janus across from him. "We're born during the end time for our species. It's useless to try and build things to help billions of poor foreigners living in South America, Africa, and Asia. There's too fucking damn many of them for our efforts to make a difference. It's just a waste of time, resources, and energy. And do they give a shit about us? Of course not. They would strip us of our wealth at the first opportunity and maybe even kill us if they had a chance to take what was ours." "So your solution is to run and hide in your bunker to play video games and sip wine while Armageddon, in whatever form it takes, rains down around you?" Silas shrugged. "Why should I be concerned with the lives of others if it doesn't affect me?" Janus snickered, then took a step forward. Silas nervously held his ground, fingering an object in his waistband. "You think you're better than me? I've heard rumors about what you've been up to these last few years." "Oh, really? What have you heard?" "Enough to know that you've been involved with that Limnic organization in some way." Silas hesitated, then dared to continue. "I also heard about Lily. Very strange about her death. Her health file didn't point to any outstanding medical issues, and internal reports say the last person she was seen with was you." Silas clasped 2 throwing knives in his waistband between trembling fingers. With the movement of a man much younger, he focused his eyes on Janus's throat so the tip of the black knife would find its target. In anticipation of the attack, Janus waited until the last moment to rotate his body profile to the side. He felt the air molecules around him disturbed by the flight of the knife, hearing it clatter to the floor after it hit the wall. A second knife, also intended for his neck, narrowly missed its mark. Instead, it pierced the flesh of his left shoulder, signaling a warm sting of pain to his primed nervous system. Silas smirked, pleased at the accuracy that his nimble reflexes afforded him. "My next attack will kill this bastard," he swore to himself. Janus appeared to be stunned by the knife protruding from his shoulder. His eyes closed, and tiny droplets of perspiration peppered his brow. Silas retreated behind one of the mahogany display cases. "Good thing I kept this thing unlocked." Hastily, he grabbed the first sharp weapon within reach. It was an early 20th century Italian fencing saber, a popular dueling weapon from the period. The edges were dull, but he'd had the tip sharpened just for the hell of it. Perfect choice. He picked up the antique military saber and envisioned running it through Janus's entrails, watching them spill out on the floor before his eyes. The thought brought him great pleasure as he concealed his body behind the large display case. Momentarily safe, he activated a muscle and cardiovascular augmentation. In an instant, he felt his old heart begin to beat as if he were 20 years younger. The increased blood supply rushed to his arms and back. Those muscles, normally thin and weak, thickened and grew taut. The resulting pump felt incredible, like an instant hard workout without the sweat or effort. He felt himself become dizzy as his old brain fought to adjust to the sensation. He had never used all of his weekly augmentation allotment at once like this. "I can't pass out. I have to kill him." From his place behind the weapon case, he peeked out toward the corner near the generator where Janus had been standing. But Janus wasn't there. And just as his eyes made his brain aware of this new reality, the room went black. He gripped the sword tighter, panic and fear threatening to overwhelm his senses. He sweat profusely. His hands ached from the blood pulsing throughout his overwhelmed body. Breathing heavy, It wouldn't be long before he lost consciousness. His rage helped him ignore the warning alarms in his brain. Silas lowered his center of gravity and prepared to fight to the death if necessary. God damn you, Janus! Stop hiding and fight me! He heard footsteps to his right. They sounded as if they approached quickly, then stopped in front of him. Silas thrust his sword at the air, but hit nothing. The footsteps withdrew, then sounded as if they came from directly behind him. He spun the blade around sideways through the darkness, performing a wobbly spin attack, but once again hit air. Suddenly, he felt a needle prick enter the delicate skin of his neck. The burning sensation began, first as a spark, then as a firestorm of pain throughout his body, instantly causing him to let the old saber fall heavy on the concrete. The sound of steel impacting the hard surface echoed around the entire study. The lights flicked on, and Janus stepped over Silas's thrashing body. Silas screamed with fury and pain as his eyes focused on the device in his old colleague's hand. His fingers nimbly entered a few commands on the tiny apparatus, and Silas felt the pain subside as he slipped into unconsciousness. As Silas lay on the cold floor, Janus took a moment to sigh and take in the sight of his half-dead body on the ground. It was almost too easy to manipulate the old man into attacking him. I didn't even need to use this advanced tech, he thought. Just good old-fashioned male intimidation and inflammatory language. He savored the moment, knowing that Silas would play a vital role in the next phase of his plan. The upload process would not take long, and with his simple-minded survivalist attitude, it would be easy to convert him from retirement home entrepreneur and winemaker into his latest living weapon.
Chapter 32. Grief. Of all the times of day, Noe had always preferred the afternoon. On a normal day, her energy level peaked around 1430 hours, which made it ideal for her best work. She had always saved her toughest tasks for the time between 1330 and 1600. Ever since middle school, it had been that way, and the tradition had followed her into adulthood. In the morning, it took her brain at least an hour to begin functioning properly. It accelerated like an old coal-powered locomotive, heavy and slow. Not very efficient, but when it got moving, it could demolish anything in its path. That was until around 1800, when all of the day's fuel had been consumed. From there, it was all about the momentum she had gained from the events of the day. If the day went well, the impetus would carry her to a restful stop, where she could recharge the supply of explosive energy needed for the following day. If it went poorly, she might coast into an open field, vulnerable to the uncertainty and anxiety of what the night may bring. These days, even my afternoons can't carry me through to a safe place. The thought crossed her mind as she lay in bed under summer white sheets. Tendrils of sunlight crept through her blinds, beginning their morning movement toward her pillow. If she laid in bed too long, they would eventually find their way to her face and force her out of bed. It had been another night of fitful sleep. A glance at her device told her that it was 0615. She let her arm flop to her side, dropping the device in the bedding. Though she had managed a total of, by her count, 4 hours of unconscious sleep, her body felt like it had spent hours in a full spacesuit trainer, sweaty and fatigued. In the weeks following her mother's death, Noe had isolated herself from the outside world. The security of her apartment was the only thing she could rely on. She had all of the food she needed, and Vira for companionship whenever she wanted. She had no real friends or meaningful relationships besides her AI. Noe had always had difficulty with the making friends aspect of civilian life. She was too military for most of the petty, short-sighted, and baby-crazy women that were around her age. On the other hand, she wasn't a grizzled combat veteran who liked to sit around retelling the same old military stories over and over again, like some of the people she had served with. Noe occupied an island in between both worlds, preferring to set up camp there, rather than swim to either shore. So she stayed in her apartment. Calls and visits from Gabriel came. She ignored them. Even Van, the Uber shepherd, contacted her. He was nice and funny, but she was in no mood to put effort into making new friends, so his messages sat unanswered. Rodan reached out to her once a week, but the conversations were one-sided and brief, with Noe only responding with single-word answers. "Are you doing all right?" he would ask. "Yep." "Do you need anything?" he would probe. "Nope." "Okay, I'm here if you need anything," he would say. "Sure." The same conversation had occurred at least 3 times. Despite her emotionless responses, he contacted her every Sunday evening. Although she appreciated the gesture, she had no idea how to show it in any meaningful way, so she said nothing. Sometimes, Noe wished she had maintained better contact with her military buddies. She had made several good friends at her various duty stations, but time and distance had severed their communication and friendships. On several occasions, she thought about reaching out to an old hacking friend she had gone through training with. She had seen on social media that she had married several years back and was living somewhere in Florida with her husband and a young son. At some point, her former squadmate had separated from the Space Force and was now living a stereotypical military spouse life. Anytime Noe began to craft a message, email, or text, she would erase it, thinking, "What the hell would we even talk about?" Besides their technical training over a decade prior, they had nothing else in common. It would probably be a pretty awkward conversation anyway, so she never reached out. At some point during her period of isolation, Rodan floated a job opportunity via a voice message. It involved gathering intelligence on known Limnic networks in order to track and shut them down. Noe didn't respond. She was too deep in her feelings. All the guilt, anger, grief, fear, and loneliness had a death grip on her that she felt powerless to escape from. Only once in her life had she contemplated suicide. A virtual mission had gone terribly wrong, and as a result, a U.S. Air Force operator, in real life, on the ground, had been killed. All because of a careless error in a defensive firewall code she had made as a young officer. She saw his face every night for the next year, anytime she lay down to sleep. The youthful face, ready to take on America's enemies, full of life and vigor, standing with the rifle slung casually over his shoulder in front of a sand-colored tent, smiled at her. It reminded her of her failure, how he was not alive anymore because of her fuck-up. The thought to kill herself came randomly one day. She was in another apartment, in another city, looking out of the window from the 18th floor. City life stared back at her with all of its usual contents. Cars, people rushing to work, buses, children playing, dogs barking. Suddenly, the noise from below ceased. There was motion, but no sound, as if the audio inputs had been pulled from a video monitor. Noe was not aware of her body, of the solid floor beneath it, of the air entering and exiting her lungs. In that moment, she was an amorphous sentient. She was not Captain Noelani Acosta, U.S. Space Force. She was nothing. She was a consciousness with an overwhelming urge to climb out of the window and let itself plummet to the sidewalk below. Somewhere, from the far side of her empty thoughts, came the words, "It probably wouldn't hurt much. Maybe not even at all. Surely I'd be dead on impact." She imagined her bones shattering like broken glass, piercing her vital organs, putting an end to everything she had ever been or might become, and sending her to oblivion, to the other side. A life for a life, right? A minute. 2 minutes passed at the window, while Noe stood in the form of an astral being, a vacant mind, feeling no logic or emotion, an observer with the urge to do something. It was Fyra who pulled her back into her body, plugged the audio back in. She was crying and screaming, "No, don't! Please!" Noe again heard the noise from the street, felt her heart beating steadily in her chest, her stomach rumbling. She was alive, and she was hungry. Noe never spoke to anyone about the time her AI saved her life, not even to Fyra herself. This time, Fyra would not come to her rescue. She had turned her suggestion mode off because she didn't want to hear them. "Noe, you should go to the gym. Your cortisol levels are high. You need to breathe. Human contact is important for your psychological health. You need to drink more water. You're ruminating again. Find something healthy and positive to think about." Noe knew what she should be doing, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She felt stuck. Again, she stood at her apartment window, mesmerized by the tower bridge over the river. The window wasn't big, but she could fit through it if she really wanted to. The drop wasn't as high as her previous apartment, but it would be enough to do the job. It probably won't hurt at all. A message notification on her device sounded from behind her on the kitchen counter. Something about the tone reactivated her logical brain and prevented her from entering consciousness form, where anything and everything was possible. She turned from the window and picked up the device to scan for the source of the notification. It was from Rodan, a voice message. He never contacted her outside of weekly Sunday night check-ins. "Did you get my message about the job a few weeks ago? Could really use your help." Noe had no idea why, but she decided to respond. When she dictated the message, her voice sounded cracked and old, like she had a cold and hadn't realized it. "Yeah, I got it. Whatever you got, I'll do it." My skills are needed once again. The morning's assignment was a simple seek and capture mission. Her task was to locate the target, follow the digital breadcrumbs to their physical, or in some cases digital, location, then give the signal to the office so that they could neutralize the threat in some form. Easy stuff for her. Although she never bothered to ask what exactly the term neutralize meant. She had the mission complete within 1 hour. Pulling her earpiece out, she leaned back in her seat and let the silence of the conference room wash over her. Rodan's office in the Sacramento capital was small, but she didn't mind. She had worked in tighter quarters in Iran. Rodan usually shared the office with an older Asian guy. She had seen his picture on the wall in the office's entryway, but he was on some special assignment and was working remotely. Most of the time, Rodan and Noi were the only two in the office. Noi stared blankly at the beat-up state-issued laptop in front of her. Still no sign of Janus yet. Where the hell could he be? A soft knock on the door of the conference room pulled her out of her mental sinkhole. Come in. Rodan peeked his large head in first, then followed with the rest of his gigantic frame. Already done? That was fast. He gave a half smile to test her mood. Noi returned the gesture half-heartedly. It was easy. Another Limnic sympathizer is offline, but still no sign of Janus. Without warning, she balled up a fist and slammed it onto the oak wood table. The sudden action nearly made Rodan duck for cover, as if a mortar had exploded nearby. He approached her cautiously to put a hand on her shoulder. He didn't know what else to do. Hey, it's all right. We're making progress every day. And with every small operation we pull off, we're that much closer to finding him. She looked up at him, looking for truth in his eyes. If it was there, she hadn't noticed it. He had been saying the same thing for days now. I'm going home now. She collected her gear, then stood to go. Rodan looked at her with pity. The way he gazed made her feel like he had more he wanted to say to her, but for some reason couldn't or wouldn't bring himself to do it. Today, the look, as she called it, held longer than usual. What is it? She said, making no attempt to conceal her irritation. It's nothing. I just wanted to thank you for helping us out these past few days. We're going to do everything we can to bring Limnic and Janus down. Go team. The sarcasm was blatant. It was preferable to what she really wanted to say. She wanted to scream at him, to unleash all of the pain and suffering that she felt after losing her mother on his broad shoulders. He could handle it. It would certainly make her feel better to let the anger ballooning in her chest explode in his face. Instead, she took a large, deep breath to calm herself down. Fyra taught her the diaphragmatic breathing technique, and Noi worked hard to practice. Most of the time, at least. It didn't always work as intended, but it did provide a brief distraction from the constant force of rage and self-loathing throbbing inside of her. See you tomorrow. Noi walked past him and exited the room, feeling somehow that she was being used by Rodan and Cereus. The same routine replayed itself at the expected cadence for several days. Wake up, receive mission, execute mission, go home, talk to Fyra, pass out, repeat. Noi felt the tedium wearing on her nerves, but knew that it was the only thing that kept dark thoughts from creeping into her mind during its moments of vulnerability. Plus, the pay wasn't bad at all, though she had no need for the extra income. On another Sunday afternoon, Noi wrapped up another information-gathering cyber mission. She leaned back in her chair and stretched her arms above her head. During the stretch, she felt a pain in her neck that had not been there before. The stiffness of age was slowly making its way into her muscles and bones. I gotta get back in the gym. The knock came on the door. Come in, she called. Rodan stepped into the room with a smile on his face. Good news. Thanks to all your hard work, we managed to track one of Limnic's closest cells to an abandoned area north of town. This could be our chance to capture or kill him. Noah flashed a skeptical look in his direction. When do we do this? In a week. We have to get everything ready. You'll work with one of Lee Ma's closest guys and his crew to support the op. Lee Ma? Who's that? You know, the short old Asian guy whose picture you see every time you walk in here? Rodan chuckled. Noe suppressed a smile. Oh, fuck you. He laughed. I'm laughing with you, not at you. Yeah, right. Noah's mind returned to the intel. Must be really good intel if they're pulling an IRL op. So, I know it's only a Limnic cell, but will Janus be there? Rodan's face turned serious again. Hard to say. But he has worked with this particular group heavily in the past. Word is that they were responsible for some of the live demolitions in Chicago and Dallas back during the war in the 40s. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Noe said. Rodan gave her the look again, but this time it felt different. It stirred something primal and involuntary in her, something she had not felt in a long time. Perhaps it had just been the brief spark of hope from the knowledge that she might get a shot at finding Janus. She was unsure, but felt it all the same. She became aware of the gentle nature of his molasses-brown eyes, the masculinity of his face, large, strong hands, and well-defined chin. Farah's voice echoed in her head. Use diaphragmatic breathing to control your impulse to anger and irrational action. She knew she should perform the deep breathing exercise right then and there, but the pull of the irrationality was too strong. Instead, she quickly collected her things, bid him a terse farewell, and bolted from the office. Lying in bed that night, images of Rodan's face and general kindness toward her flashed into her mind. He has been really sweet to me through all this, even though I pretty much ignored him for a month. She began to wonder what he would be like in bed. Some sex with someone other than herself might be good for her. Farah's notification alarm for diaphragmatic breathing sounded from her device. Noise silenced it. She felt the seeds of arousal sprout deep within her, causing the muscles of her abdomen to ripple with delightful tension and agitating her breathing. She closed her eyes. A big guy like that could do things. Dangerous things. Maybe. Or maybe he's just using me. He does work for Cereus after all. Cereus just uses people. Just like it brainwashed and eventually destroyed Mom. I helped in destroying her too. Broke her heart. I killed her. She's dead because of me. Because of me and Janus. But mostly Janus. Janus, damn you! A current of anger surged from beneath the surface of her mind. Like molten lava, it oozed from open fissures, then slowly rolled over everything in its path, leaving only thick scabs of charred destruction in its wake. The seedlings of attraction stood helplessly in the path of the flow. Within seconds, they were crushed and smoldering, consumed by colors of burning red-orange fiery liquid. She saw Janus's mugshot from the case files in the flames. The smoke from the fire twisted itself into the baleful vision of his face. A white shadow that had taken her mother from her in violent fashion. With the saplings of her arousal smothered and burned, Noya opened her eyes to begin her breathing exercises again. 10 minutes later, her lungs and mind exhausted, she fell into a restless sleep. But she found no rest. Another night of nightmares began again, the kind of dreams that put the body into physical panic, the class of dreams that can only be resolved by undoing the past or a complete extinguishing of the senses.
Chapter 33. The Man in Charge. Rodin sat at his desk, feeling discouraged by the piles of documents he had yet to review. It was only 0900 hours, and he was already behind on last week's proposals from several combills to form new administrative committees in the aftermath of the executive order. Things seemed to be functioning normally in most of them, but a few had shown signs of instability without Barto's visionary leadership. At some point, during the last few weeks, his heroic shield of service, that once impenetrable armor, which had carried him through army training, his days as a street cop, and his lengthy period of service with Cereus, had cracked, leaving an airy rift between the two previously joined sides. Without the surety of its blocking capability, Rodin felt exposed, as if any challenger could see straight through to the soft center of his being and sense his greatest fears and vulnerabilities. With no way to guard his heart, he had become immunocompromised, susceptible to ruin from the tiniest external foreign invader, and worse yet, internal attacks from his own faulty immune system. I'm no visionary. I'm hardly a leader. I answer emails and determine my schedule based on the whims and needs of the people who write them. This is my life. Rodin's splintered shield lay sinking in the mud. Maggots and worms made homes in the soft earth beneath it. With no one to repair the armament, it lay rusty and abandoned, waiting for someone, anyone, to pick it up and repurpose it for a new battle. Just as he was beginning to craft a message to the email list combill_leaders_all, a new encrypted message caught his attention. It was flashing red on his screen, a signal that it required his immediate attention. He read the message with dry and fatigued eyes. Attention, Mr. Mitchell. Our Conville in Statesboro, Georgia has had several incidents of civil unrest, looting, anti-capitalism protests, vandalism, and damage to community property in the last week. Our local community police have been overwhelmed and could use support from HQ. Please send help ASAP. Felina Scott, Conville Chief, Statesboro, Georgia. Take a number, Miss Scott. Rodin had received at least 20 similarly worded pleas for assistance in the last week alone. In Dover, Delaware, one citizen set himself ablaze in front of the Conville Committee building in a radical act of protest. Others abandoned their community homes and attempted to buy their way back into the society of the old world, fleeing for nearby Washington, D.C., the last stronghold of old world society. these were just incidents in one area. Ripples of the unrest spread from Humcomvilles, slowly expanding and infecting others, like the COVID-19 pandemic of the early 20s. To make matters worse, some administrative committees refused to work with him. They preferred to wait until they could personally deal with Barto or Lily in matters related to the administration of their communities. When Rodan informed them that they would have to work with him, that neither Barto nor Lily were coming back, their communication with him abruptly ceased. As a result, he was often forced to send in local and often unreliable mercenaries to provide him with valuable ground truth and re-establish law and order. These days, Rodan lived with a constant headache. He wondered when or if his brain would ever fill to its maximum capacity and explode at his desk. The never-ending stream of problems, meetings, schedules, and messages in all forms seemed to crowd in the limited volume of his skull, sucking every last square inch of oxygen from the small space. I'll die at my desk. He allowed himself a momentary chuckle from the madness that was his life. Lee was on special assignment, organizing a small action force to directly counter Limnic's plans. Though he had not filled Rodan in on the details due to a heightened classification level, Rodan suspected that the order came directly from Barto. He could not confirm otherwise. Either way, he was on his own managing daily Cereus operations. He hadn't spoken to Lee in several weeks. He thought of him every time he looked at a military-style cot Lee had purchased years ago, when they first made the small liaison office in the capital their home. In the last month, he had used it nearly every day, only returning home on rare evenings when the deluge of messages slowed to a trickle and allowed him to sleep in his own bed. Also, in the last month, his divorce had been finalized. His now ex-wife had moved back home to Austin, so there was little reason for him to be in his house. Too many painful memories, too many reminders of his workaholism and lack of aptitude as a husband. There's no way we would have survived this anyway. On this particular morning, he was preparing to field questions during a meeting being held in one of the briefing rooms somewhere in the building. The event was scheduled to begin at 1100. It would be the 6th time he volunteered to answer questions to reassure the general public about the viability, sustainability, and overall health of Cereus. Why do I do this to myself? He thought, as he trudged down the hallway toward the conference room. He reminded himself that the best he could do was maintain his composure and feign confidence in himself and Cereus. He lived by the phrase, "fake it to make it." After every session, he became a better actor, increasingly aware of the anti-post-capitalist rhetoric used by Cereus's political adversaries. The loaded questions, telegraphed snares meant to entangle him for the sake of a soundbite or a pithy chirp, the descendant of the now defunct Tweet, rarely surprised him anymore. They reminded him of similar expressions he had heard as a younger man used against the organization back in the 30s and 40s, during the battle of economic and social ideologies that rocked much of Western society. I hate politics. The governor of California, the mayor of Sacramento, and other prominent city officials were already in the room when Rodan took his seat at the table. The officials looked more like the cast of a reality TV show than elected government officials. Each had their device placed at flattering angles in front of them to live stream the event to loyal followers online in the 20s. when live streaming was very common among his parents' generation. For some unknown reason, he had always associated it with activities like playing tag or hopscotch. It was a child's hobby, not a suitable practice for a 50-something-year-old politician. Yet, there he sat, no doubt with happy, mad, heart, sad, and crazy-faced emojis floating across his image on devices worldwide, because he represented Cereus, was black, and for any other reason besides what actually came out of his mouth. Old world culture at its finest. Rodan looked around the carnival of figures, looking calm and poised. How did any of these fools get elected? Then he remembered. Around the nation and parts of the world, Cereus had undermined traditional power structures, leaving local officials with little influence in many cities and communities. Voter turnout was dismal, averaging 20% or lower in many major metropolitan areas during local and national elections, leaving only those on the fringes of society to personally select the candidates they deemed most popular for important roles. The result was a mishmash of online personalities and political ass-kissers, more interested in expanding their own personal platforms than doing the complex work of managing and administrating cities, communities, and countries. Rodan faced a room of these people when answering questions about Cereus. A shifty-eyed man with dark hair asked, "Is it true there's no leadership in Cereus?" A stubborn-looking Latina, older, with dependable eyes asked, "Are there food and water shortages in your convilles?" An Asian man, octogenarian-looking, though he was probably over 100 years old, used a thought-to-voice communication device to ask, "How will you handle civil unrest that is breaking out?" A second question followed. Will citizens be able to return to normal society if they choose to leave? Questions came from a man who looked like an actual career politician. Tanning bed-colored skin, strategic gray streaks in his hair, the proud posture, and cadenced speech gave him away. Probably the worst of the bunch. Are you prepared to shut Cereus down? Does Cereus finance and arm the Limnic terrorists? Are these guys politicians, journalists, or influencers? Rodan could not tell. They appeared to switch their role every minute, like a teenager searching for an identity, lost. Subject to the prevailing viewpoint or philosophy that happened to pass in front of them at the moment, never committing to one in particular. The questions they asked were spun to further convince themselves and their supporters of their unequivocal rightness on the issue of Cereus, never reaching the real issues that contributed to its rise or the shortcomings of old world society. They stood for everything and nothing. No one wanted to be wrong. They wanted to belong. Rodan stumbled through the questions, rationalizing, dodging, deflecting, shifting, and massaging his words wherever he could. Perhaps he had become a better politician than he thought. Some of them seemed impressed by his verbal acrobatics and flailings. Dance, monkey, dance. If nothing else, it made good content for their followers, fan bases, and voting blocks. Gotta have good content. It was the only way to get most people in the world to pay attention to anything. It had been that way for as long as he could remember. By 1200, he was back in his office, responding to various messages from Comville committees. He sent off and replied to nearly a dozen messages before he cleared a ceremonial space on his desk for his lunch. Lunch had quickly become his favorite part of the day, because that was when Noe arrived to receive her mission briefs. It had been over a month since he stood on her doorstep and delivered the devastating news of her mother's death. The autopsy report had deemed the cause of death as cardiac arrest. Another elderly person, dead of natural causes. It happened every day. Open and shut case. But Rodin knew better. He suspected Noe did as well, though she never said so explicitly. Any rookie investigator could tell just by looking at their complicated history. Police Work 101. You always gotta look into intimate partners. They often have the biggest reason to kill. From the investigative report, the manner of death was clear, albeit one that Rodin had never seen before in his life. Murder in the mid-21st century is just as interesting as it's always been, Rodin thought, as he ate his meager ham and cheese sandwich among the clutter of his desk. While munching on the food, he pulled up the investigative report again to refresh his memory of the events. Case: Homicide. Acosta, Lily. Case ID 06-2062-0101. Investigating officers: Detective D. Mehta, Detective J. Jacobs. Deceased: Acosta, Keaki, Lily Kalani. Date of birth: April 7th, 2005. 575334444. Place of birth: Waianae, Hawaii. Date of death: June 14th, 2062. Place of death: El Dorado Hills, California. Subject: Janus. See U.S. Intel All CI File 2030-3405-2609. Cause of death: sudden cardiac arrest due to atrial fibrillation, arrhythmia. Manner of death: homicide by remote biological nerve capture agent. Deceased died of cardiac arrest June 14th, 2062, around 22:51 hours at her home located in Summit Village, a neighborhood in El Dorado Hills, California. Subject entered deceased's residence with his key, then used a bioweapon, redacted block, to introduce the nerve capture agent, redacted block, into deceased's person. Subject then activated redacted block via a remote device. A review of deceased security footage revealed subject and witness Acosta, deceased's daughter, were the last to enter and exit the residence. According to witness Acosta, deceased received a credible threat on deceased's life on the morning of June 14th, 2062. Deceased seemed worried and anxious that agents from Limnic, a terrorist organization, reference U.S. Intel All CI File 2050-3551-7615, might attack or harm her by unknown means. Deceased provided witness Acosta with witness Mitchell's, that's me, phone number at the end of her visit. Witness Acosta left the deceased residence around 1700 hours. According to witness Mitchell, he met deceased sometime in fall 2047 at a social gathering. Witness Mitchell last saw deceased in December 2057 at an annual retreat in South Lake Tahoe, California. Subject, deceased, witness Cooney, and witness James were also present at the annual retreat. According to witness Cooney, he was not aware of any specific threats on deceased's life. Witness James refused to be interviewed for this investigation. A search of deceased's residence in El Dorado Hills, California, revealed nothing pertinent to this investigation. A review of deceased's medical history revealed deceased took medication for high blood pressure and high cholesterol, but had no life-threatening medical conditions. Several attempts were made to contact and locate subject using various investigative techniques. Subject could not be located for an interview. Subject's whereabouts remain unknown. Reference U.S. Intel All CI File 2050-3551-7615. Reference U.S. California PD All Case File 2062-06 0032. Reference USPD all. Case file 2062-06-1253. Rodan scrolled down to read further into the investigative summary. According to witness interviews, deceased met subject sometime in summer 2024 in the Bay Area. They became business partners in the establishment of Cereus, a non-profit organization. Reference U.S. Intel All CI File 2030-3405-2609. According to witness Cooney, deceased and subject had sex on multiple occasions between approximately 2025 and 2052. He was not aware of any reason subject would want to kill deceased. Rodan skimmed down further. Here's the part about the bioweapon. According to Dr. Gregory Holm, chief forensic pathologist, subject used a bioweapon, redacted block, to kill deceased. Dr. Holm provided the following explanation. Through some seemingly innocuous method of transfer, like a bug bite or needle prick, the nerve capture agent, redacted block, is introduced into the victim's body. Once inside, special compounds enable it to hitch a ride in the bloodstream to the brainstem, where it lies in wait. The unique make of the nerve capture agent, redacted block, is packaged into a controllable nanomachine that can be manipulated via any run-of-the-mill device or even an old smartphone. Once triggered, the nerve capture agent, redacted block, arrests the nervous system and has been known to cause a litany of medical issues, from paralysis, seizures, blindness, respiratory failure, and many others. These conditions may cause other medical complications that subsequently lead to the death of the victim, as it did in the case of deceased. Rodan stopped reading. Damn, death by bug bite. The technology of today is truly terrifying. The report answered all of his questions, except two. Where the hell is Janus, and why did he do it? Why would Janus kill one of his closest collaborators and the person, according to all accounts, that he was intimate with? He had no answers, and that bothered him. Then he thought of Noe. It probably bothers her even more. Rodan could tell Noe was suffering in silence. She would probably never admit it or openly seek help from him. It went against an unspoken code that many cops, military, and medical professionals lived by. Who do the helpers turn to when they need help? Often to something or someone that can't talk back. They can't tell them what they already know has to be done to get over their problems. Can't do it. It's against the code. With that knowledge, he voluntarily began to contact her once a week, just to make sure she was still breathing. A single military veteran with few contacts on the outside to speak of. Her closest family member killed violently? It was a suicide case waiting to happen. He had seen the same scenario play out too many times throughout his career to let it go by without doing anything. When she ignored his job offer, he took no offense. He understood where she was, in a self-constructed prison, locked on both sides. No spare keys. The only person who could unlock it was her, on her own time, by her own choice. He told himself, when she gets out, I'll give her something to do. If she came out at all. The ones he had seen make it over the years always found something to do. A new purpose, a new mission, a new reason to keep on living and to be helpful to someone or something. It rarely replaces the void left by their first organization, where the initial trauma of indoctrination seared itself into their young psyches. But it was enough to leave it behind, enough to give them a shot at happiness. Rodan had messaged her on a whim. He happened to be at home that Saturday afternoon. For some reason, on his spectrum of exhaustion from just tired to dead dog tired, he was just a little tired. But this was a problem too. When his thoughts had the freedom to wander outside of work matters, they were like a new recruit on leave for the first time after basic. All energy, nowhere to go. Prone to wild swings of emotion and misguided action. Without an authority figure to tell him how to think, with too much time off, the chance of doing something stupid was very high. Without thinking, he dictated the message. It was only after it read as sent on his device that he began to consider the possible results of his action. What if she thinks it's weird? What if she doesn't respond? What if she does respond? What should I say? The questions scrolled through his mind as if they were the credits at the end of an old syndicated TV show. Too fast and small to be analyzed or digested in any meaningful way. You were just trying to be helpful, he reassured himself. The entire reflection only lasted for a minute. He could never look at himself for too long. He didn't know what might return his gaze if he looked too hard. He was surprised and a little nervous when she returned the message almost right away. Capitalizing on the momentum, he sent her documents to hire her as a cybersecurity contractor within the next 10 minutes. That next Monday, she was in the office working. Since that time, her skill had helped them neutralize 10 Limnic cyber conspirators. She worked skillfully and quickly, always wearing the look of aggressive determination on her face, an expression chiseled by lived trauma and deep guilt. Rodan was as gentle as possible with her, providing her with the necessary mental and physical space to grieve in her own way. He could tell that there were moments when she posed a real threat to his person. He accepted them with grace that he wished he could have provided to his ex-wife or to his leadership of Cereus. There were also the moments of sweetness that came between them. One day, he returned from another nerve-wracking meeting with city and state officials to find his office completely cleaned and arranged. Document readers were stacked neatly on the corners of the desk. The usually overflowing trash can had been taken out, and the mess of physical papers had been placed in various filing cabinets. It took him a moment to pick his jaw up off the floor at the sight of his clean office. I was bored, she said, and I hate clutter. A slight smile curved on her lips. Rodan laughed. Thank you. I was gonna get to it, just haven't had the time. Yeah, sure you were, Noe said. He had always found her attractive, but buried his feelings for the sake of professionalism. On unexpected occasions, he caught himself mesmerized by her shape, intelligence, and her giving nature. Though they rarely spoke much outside of mission-related topics, he noticed she began to arrive earlier than necessary to his office. Sometimes, she would bring her own lunch, and they ate in silence, eyes exchanging furtive glances at each other and around the all-too-familiar office space. At other times, she simply moved to the conference room and paced back and forth, anxious to begin her task for the day. Rodan would give her the briefing early to help her calm her nerves. When she was calm, he was calm. He noticed his headaches diminished in intensity when she was around, and he seemed to be able to think more clearly about the mountain of tasks awaiting him. Both of their moods improved even more after he told her about the upcoming operation against Limnic. The fear mixed with excitement provided an ionic charge between them. It made things better. Made it feel like, at least to him, anything could happen. On the Tuesday afternoon before the operation, Noe arrived early to receive her mission and completed it with rapid efficiency. As usual, she collected her gear, then she stood to leave. She wore tight jeans and a simple navy blue t-shirt, both faded from years of repeated washing, with her thick braided hair extending to her mid-back. Standing on the opposite side of the room, in his now ironed black suit, Rodan watched her walk toward the door. As she moved, he became aware of his accelerating heartbeat. Hints of arousal permeated in his blood, causing him to readjust his stance. To his surprise, Noe turned and asked a pointed question. "What do you think's going to happen with Cereus?" Her sudden question caught him off guard. Like an experienced politician, he immediately quelled his previous thoughts, then found the correct words to provide his response. "You know, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I know there are a lot of people out there in the population at large that would love to see us fail, just like every other utopian experiment throughout human history." His eyes fell to the floor as he sighed, letting out a month's worth of tension into the air. Sometimes I feel like we were always doomed to that fate. Noe shook her head. "My mother, she died trying to make this experiment a reality." Her voice trembled as she held back sobs of sorrow mixed with ire. "She spent her whole damn life trying to make this thing work, only to be murdered by Janus. What the hell was it for?" "Noe, we're gonna get Janus. It's only a matter of time before he resurfaces. Once he's taken care of, it will be easy to eliminate the rest of Limnic." She clenched her fists, wanting badly to put a hole in the wall with it. "And after Janus is gone, what then? There may be hundreds or even thousands out there just like him, waiting to take advantage of our human capacity for infinite hate. No matter how much technology we develop, the size of chips in our heads, or the realness of the virtual worlds that we construct, human hate will always find a way in this world." Rodan had no words to counter her claim. Instead, he approached her with measured steps, as one might toward a wounded animal. He stopped just a foot away from her, allowing himself a rare moment of masculine vulnerability to embrace her. He felt warm tears streaming onto his shoulder as they held on to one another in an embrace meant to comfort and heal, each reminding the other that good things and people did exist in the world, and that, in some way, they both continued to believe in the boundless spirit of good that humanity could do. Chapter 34. Pre-Battle Ritual. It was a ghost town. Probably one of the hundreds of California gold rush towns that exploded overnight hundreds of years ago with thousands of people looking to strike it rich. Rodan analyzed the aerial photos with watering eyes. The unblinking fluorescent light of his office gave no hint of the time, but his body told him it was after midnight. The map he analyzed was old. One of those low-quality maps from Google's early days. Not much to work with, but it was the best he had. Designing ingress, egress, and approach routes for tomorrow's op had taken him hours, but he was able to make use of the blurry map to come up with what he felt like was a decent plan. It was work that required attention to detail and precision. It was also a welcome diversion from his new politician role as the head of Cereus. Field work made him feel useful. He saw operations planning as an art, a stage production, All of the pieces had to be in place in order for it to go correct. He was the producer and stage manager, assigning and blocking roles for all of his actors, hoping everyone could execute when the curtain rose and the cameras were rolling. It's going to be a hell of a show. North Bloomfield. It had been an early Cereus land acquisition that the founders had personally scouted and selected on foot. Its remote location in the mountainous forests of Northern California had been the ideal proving ground for the experimental society. It had been known as Combill Zero. The founders and a few dozen carefully chosen people played Utopia for an unknown amount of time, working out the rough edges of their plan to reform first the country, then the world. At the end of the trial period, which Rodan assumed was a success, they packed up and left, returning the old mining town to the soft and slow embrace of nature. The abandoned and abandoned town. Now, nearly 40 years later, the mishmash of crumbling and restored 19th century buildings were in use again. This time by a small cell of Limnic supporters. Hopefully, Janus will be among them. For Rodan, there always came a point in mission planning where looking, thinking, and strategizing became counterproductive. He had gone over the plan so many times that he could almost recite the action steps movement by movement. That afternoon, he had discussed it over and over again with Noe, and continued to refine and tweak small details long after she left. But now, he was out of gas, and could barely keep his eyes open. He forced himself to stand and make his way to the cot in Lee's office. Details from the mission continued to bounce around in his skull when his head hit the thin pillow. Even with adrenaline-infused anxiety rushing through his large frame, he fell into a restless half-sleep. Though he would never admit it, he would need all of the energy he could gather for the next day. This might be our chance to get that son of a bitch, came Rodan's thoughts as their van rumbled and swerved along precariously thin mountain roads that led to the town. It was the next evening, and so far, everything was going according to plan. He had linked up with Kyler, Lee's #1 informant, and his crew at an open parking lot near the town jail in northern Auburn, California. There, they made last-minute gear checks and preparations before making the hour drive north to the town. It had been years since he had seen Kyler, the Terminator, in person. Their relationship had always been characterized by neutral indifference. Rodan followed Lee's script almost to the letter on the rare occasions he met with Kyler instead of Lee. He was careful not to undo any effort Lee had put into building the man up as a source. Kyler seemed to follow along with no protest. Each man played his part perfectly. Lee made the plans. Rodan carried them out. Kyler complied. When Rodan and Kyler greeted each other in the parking lot, they shook hands, but exchanged no words. Both continued to play their part. Half an hour later, Rodan sat across from him as both of their heads bobbed and swayed with the motion of the van. Noe sat next to Rodan. They too had only exchanged pleasantries at the staging area. He wanted to talk to her, to ask her how she was feeling, to ask her if she was ready, but she seemed to be avoiding him. His head was so full with battle plans, movements, and possible tactical maneuvers that it pushed those thoughts into a dusty corner of his mind. "She'll be all right. She'll be okay," he told himself, wishing, hoping that it would be true. Noe looked around the van. She had only managed 3 hours of sleep the night before, but she was not tired. Her body felt like a wound-up spring, ready to unleash a wave of potential energy at any moment. She had noticed Rodan searching for her eyes throughout the day, but couldn't spare the emotional energy to process what, if anything, was happening between them. So she avoided him and distracted herself with the scene around her. Kyler's unit consisted of 11 members. 5 were human. The remaining 6 were stashed in large black containers at the rear of the van. They were U.S. Army and Marine combat mechs, capable of being assembled by even the most simple-minded junior enlisted members of those branches. Noe had never worked with them before, but had seen and heard various accounts of their effectiveness on the battlefield. She wondered how a machine could make the possible ethical and moral choices that soldiers were often called on to make in the heat of battle. "Will they help me if shit goes sideways?" The unanswered question made her more nervous and jittery. The human members of the unit were a different story. All of them, including her, wore the same dark green field gear that consisted of light ballistic body armor and tactical pants. It was their unofficial team uniform, even though she had only met all of them hours prior. Seated across from her in the back of the van was the field commander, Kyler. He spent the majority of the trip with his eyes closed, but she could tell he was not sleeping. The hardness of concentration on his craggy face hinted at a long career of combat experience and lonely leadership. There was a man who seemed most at home when things got loud and ugly, who found only intervals of antsy readiness during times of peace. A real hard-ass, probably, but one you definitely want on your side when the shooting starts. Next to Kyler was a freakishly large man with small, intense eyes, full lips, and a sandy skin complexion. To Noe, he appeared like he was part de la raza and mixed with some other ethnic identity. He wore his hair with a military-style buzz cut, which made him appear the very archetype of a soldier. Bent over, with elbows on his massive thighs, he rested giant hands on a customized laser cannon that said "Zap" in yellow electrified type letters on the side. Noe didn't know his name. She had only heard one of the other men refer to him as Bear. She had not heard him speak once during the entire trip. Across from Bear was a youngish-looking man with brown hair named Lance. His untamed beard extended to his chest and almost tangled with a pair of dog tags clinking around his neck. Lance's face almost mirrored Kyler's, except it lacked something: experience. Noe assumed he was putting on a tough face to make himself appear more hardcore than he actually was. The long beard was another tell of his desire to fit in with the rest of the group and conceal his probably otherwise peaceful nature. Noe returned her attention back onto herself. The bouncing was not helping the uncomfortable bubbling sensation in the pit of her stomach. Keep it together, she told herself as she began her relaxation breathing once again. While her lungs were inflating with the sweaty air of the van, a sudden swerve threw her off balance. With an unconscious reflex, Noe placed her hand on Rodan's knee to balance herself, as she simultaneously gulped down a surge of vomit that crept up her esophagus. A second later, after the van returned to its steady course, Rodan shot her a look of encouragement. It made her temporarily forget the turning in her stomach and the acidic taste in her mouth. "Sorry about that, everyone. It's hard to see what's coming ahead on these roads." The voice came from the driver, a dark-skinned youth everyone called Spazer. The young man kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead of him. Even though there was still some daylight left, the sun was no longer visible, and the tall trees along the road threw bladed shadows in the path of the van. A large black guy, seated on the far end of the van, next to the bot boxes, yelled, "God damn, Spazer, when the hell did you get your damn license? Yesterday? You gonna fucking kill us before we even get to the fucking town." He went by the name Cheeks. That can't be his real name. Did they call him Mr. Cheeks? Maybe, Noe thought. His name had been the first Noe learned and remembered that afternoon. Everybody knew Cheeks. "Oh, come on, Cheeks. I swear there was a fucking pine cone on the road, dog," said Spazer. Cheeks snorted a breathy sound of disapproval. "The way you been driving, young buck, we done avoided 10 damn pine cones since we left Sacramento." The other men in the van howled with laughter, slapping their knees and stomping. "Cheeks, let the boy concentrate," said Kyler, stifling a laugh. "These roads can be a bit treacherous." Cheeks waved his hand toward the front in a dismissive gesture in reluctant compliance. From the back of the van, Noe noted his wide eyes fall on her, as they had several times throughout the road trip. He wetted his fat lips and said, "So, you was in the Space Force, huh?" Noe straightened in her seat and hardened her expression. "Yeah, I was. I heard all you Space Force types like to do is smoke weed and get high all day. That true?" Some of the other men snickered. Lance said, "Sounds like my type of military service." More laughter echoed around the van. Noe grinned. "That's only one part of the force. The rest of us just sleep all day until we get to Mars." "I bet you do. You see, I myself was in the Army. See, we never had to wait for our service to legalize weed or sleeping for that matter. We just did that shit whenever we wanted." Cheeks threw back his head with a hearty laugh. Bear slapped Cheeks' hand in approval of his joke. "I also heard the Space Force had the finest women too, even finer than the Air Force ones." Cheeks leaned forward in his seat toward Noe, batting his eyes shamelessly. Noe smirked and shook her head. "I don't know about that, but after being in the Army, I guess any woman or bot you see looks fine to you." Spazer convulsed with suppressed laughter from the front seat. Kyler closed his eyes and let a brief smile flash across his face. The other men let out an "ooh," surprised at the surprisingly sharp wit of the beauty that joined them on the mission. Cheeks chuckled and leaned back in his seat. "I see you got jokes." He raised a fat hand to his stubbled chin and analyzed her. Anyone who could match him in wit was all right in his eyes. He nodded in approval. "I think you would have done pretty well in the Army." "He got your ass pretty good," Spazer said from the front. "Shut up and drive, young buck," Cheeks retorted. "Don't make me come up there and give you the beating your mama should have given you a long time ago." Spazer shrank in his seat and concentrated on the road. No one noticed the wheels turning in Cheeks' Army-issued brain as he searched for a way to return fire at her. She smiled, but did not show her teeth. "Thanks, Cheeks." She was grateful for the momentary distraction. It made her forget where she was headed and what she would have to do very soon. A minute later, just as Cheeks opened his mouth to say something, probably stupid, the van jerked and swerved again. Noe tensed her body to keep herself from falling onto Rodan, while all of the others braced themselves where they sat. That's when she felt their speed decrease. Must be getting close to the town. Noe's body returned to its anxious state. The brevity of the last few minutes was lost, like a distant memory. 10 minutes, people, Kyler called. Check your gear. The sound of clinking weapons, jangling gear belts, and shuffling boots and bodies filled the van. A new air of tension replaced the jovial atmosphere as each person turned inward to their respective personal pre-combat sanctuary, always aware that no matter how well trained and equipped they were, combat was always a great unknown, and one could never tell how it would turn out. After the gear was ready, and no more preparations could be made, Noe watched each man disappear into his own inner world. Lance grabbed his dog tags and kissed them, while tilting his head up to the roof of the van. Bear became quiet and pensive, saying nothing. Rodan stared at his weapon, an old M4 carbine rifle, with empty eyes. Kyler closed his eyes again, returning to that place in his mind where he had spent the majority of the trip. Even the boisterous Cheeks stared at the floor of the shaking van, quiet for the first time all afternoon. Noe attempted to turn to diaphragmatic breathing to soften her muscles and slow her thumping heart. She closed her eyes to block out the noise of the van and contribute to the cathedral-like hush of the vehicle. Next to her, Rodan saw Noe close her eyes. He could tell she was nervous, but had no doubt that she would be fine. At least, he hoped she would be. Kyler's men would personally look after her on the ground. Besides, he thought, her presence will make it easier to take advantage of any cyber superiority that the Limnic cell has in the area. He had seen her in action and was confident she was up to the task. He had decided to tag along at the last minute. For some reason, his usual post at his desk as an observer had not seemed an appropriate place for the acting executive director of Cereus. He wanted to meet the man whose terrible genius had helped birth both Cereus and Limnic face to face, to see who he really was, to see what kind of man he was before they captured and or killed him. 5 minutes till we reach the staging area, Kyler shouted in front of him. The darkness of the early evening was upon them now. As planned, they would reach the outskirts of the town by nightfall to take the enemy by surprise. Rodan bowed his head and closed his eyes. Though he had never prayed in his life, it was moments like these he wished he had a great divine force to call upon for protection or favor. Instead, he joined the soundless group of soldiers in quiet self-reflection and hoped that would be enough to protect them all in the battle to come. Chapter 35, Battle of North Bloomfield. Trees were everywhere. Not good for visibility, Kyler thought. pointing his night vision-capable binoculars towards a forlorn small structure that looked like it might collapse at any second. He estimated that they had about 15 minutes of daylight remaining to get the lay of the land before they went hot. In the back of the van, they discussed the plan for a final time. According to the intel Noe had collected, the Limnic cell had approximately 20 to 25 moderately trained fighters. Some were hardcore tree huggers with some combat experience. A few were volunteers who believed in Limnic's by any means necessary motto for saving the planet, and an unknown number of them were bots. With only 11 troops among Kyler's unit, 2 of them essentially non-combatants, Rodan and Noe, they needed to be prepared for a potentially hard fight. Kyler especially scoffed at Rodan's presence. He understood the desire for leadership to be out in the field at such a critical moment, but it was rarely helpful when top brass stuck its nose where it didn't belong. Leave the fighting to the soldiers, was what he always thought in these types of situations, but it was too late to do anything about that now. Spazer dimmed the light in the back of the van to provide additional concealment as they huddled over a crude topographic paper map at their feet. It would have been preferable to have digital maps, but the network was unreliable this far from civilization, so they had to make it work. Kyler spoke. Cheeks, you'll take 3 bots and fan out to the left from our current position to engage from the north. He looked toward Bear. You, take the other 3 and go right through the woods. Then clear the buildings on the south side. Bear grunted in acknowledgement. The sparse lighting made him look much more deadly than he had during the day. That will leave my group to move up the middle after you 2 have engaged from the sides. It will be myself, Spazer, Lance, and our guest, Noe. His eyes fell on Noe. Her face looked determined, yet he sensed her trepidation. Once we get you to the center point of town, which looks to be about half a mile from our current position, you do your thing and establish cyber superiority for us. Once we have control of the network, we'll be able to monitor all enemy activity and possibly shut them down from there. Noe nodded firmly, focusing only on the task at hand to block out her sudden need to empty her bladder. Kyler saw the tension in her face, the lack of confidence. It was a potential liability for him and his men. He didn't have time for it. You can do this. Trust us to protect you. Trust your gear. Trust yourself. He hoped whatever simulated combat training she had received would be enough to carry her through. The rest of the crew murmured hushed affirmations of his words. Cheeks whispered using an outside voice. Don't worry, Space Force. We ain't gonna let nothing bad happen to you. He followed his words with an exaggerated wink. Noe flashed him a weak smile. All right, people. Prepare to deploy drone bots in 5 minutes. Let's kick some ass, Kyler commanded. The next thing Noe knew, they were bounding out of the back of the van and forming up in their respective strike groups. Rodan gave her his look that said, "Be careful," as he moved to the support element behind them, readying his M4 along with the rest. Initially, he wanted to be a part of her group, most likely to help protect her, though he had not said so explicitly. Despite his request, Kyler advised against it. She had no idea whether it was because of a tactical reason or simply because Rodan had not been in combat in decades. Whatever the case, the brief exchange between the 2 men ended with Rodan moving toward the rear of the formation, a serious, somewhat defeated look on his face. Noe returned her attention to her weapon. She couldn't remember how many times she had confirmed its functionality in the last 20 minutes, but still, she tested it again. She had good cause to do so. The rifle was an antique M4 carbine, that had probably been in circulation since the Iraq War during the early 2000s. It had been refurbished with a new stock and barrel, but the guts of it were probably half a century old. She hoped it didn't show its age when she needed to use it. Trust your gear, she reminded herself. The thought helped her stop obsessing over the gun. She activated her night vision goggles, bathing everything around her in an eerie green and black light, and stood ready to fight. For a long moment of time, the silence and darkness of the forest swallowed Kyler's unit. Night creatures of all forms began their hunts. The wind rustled the trees. Restless boots crunched the earth. For Noe, the silence was screaming. It disturbed her. She felt as if she were floating in an outer space simulator, where the only audible sounds were her own labored breathing and her somehow still beating heart. She noticed a tiny light down the path coming from what she remembered on the map was an old school building. Its presence was a welcome solace in the void. It meant others shared the space with her, even if they were enemy combatants. Cheeks, Bear, and Kyler had already deployed the combat bots. The collapsible drone warriors were only about 3 feet tall, and from a distance, their cylinder-shaped bodies looked like old metallic trash cans. They had each worked swiftly to attach the leg components to provide the bots with greater freedom of movement. In under 2 minutes, their number grew from 5 to 11 potential sources of firepower. Kyler bladed his hand and signaled toward the right, then to the left. Cheeks' and Bear's respective groups moved almost in tandem upon seeing the sign. It was at that moment that Noe realized the battle would soon be underway. She had heard the sound of gunfire an untold number of times throughout her military career, and via popular media, but somehow, hearing the scattered pops and bangs, and smelling the air around recently discharged firearms in a live situation, infused the air with a different kind of energy. One that simulators could never recreate. Then, Kyler's booming vocal commands resonated somewhere in her mind, and without thinking, Noe began to move. It was as if she were in a dream, being tugged by an invisible force between herself, Kyler, the young Spazer, and the bearded Lance. Only the sight of a dead human Limnic combatant reminded her that this was real. On the north side of town, Cheeks and his contingent emerged from the tree line. The town was smaller than it looked on the map, but the trees had been thicker than he expected. It fucked with his visibility. A man in light body armor and jeans charged toward him, pointing a rifle and screaming a war cry. Cheeks shot to kill, and the under-armored man fell to the ground. On his left, he heard something fall near a tree about 5 feet from his position. Grenade! He ducked his large body behind the nearest adjacent tree to shield himself from the blast wave. Upon standing, he could feel warm blood running down his arm. Must have been hit by shrapnel. Shit! Ignoring the wound, he continued to advance, flanked by the well-armored bots. Gotta keep moving. He pushed deeper into the center of town. On the opposite side of town, Bear experienced heavy combat. The majority of the Limnic fighting force had taken up residence in the battered homes of former miners. From there flowed the greatest resistance. Bear weaved his 6'5" frame from building to building to clear them out one by one, using the same strategy. One can bot would lead the way, peppering the room with cover fire, while Bear and the other 2 remaining bots entered, crouching behind it, using the lead machine as a shield. That was the advantage of the shorter bots over the taller, more human-like ones. Greater firepower and better armor. Bear used the same tactic to clear 5 buildings. At the 5th building, amid the explosions, sound of gunfire, and occasional cries of wounded or dying enemies, he radioed Kyler to let him know that it was safe for him to approach with Noe. At the 6th, his lead bot malfunctioned, leaving him without his armor. At the 7th, one bot tripped over debris and crashed to the floor. By the time it got up, enemy fire had damaged it so badly it became non-operational. By the 9th and last building, Bear was alone, with only his old Glock at his side. It had been a gift from his grandfather, and it had brought him luck in every firefight he had ever been in, even saving his life by blocking a bullet on one occasion. He pressed himself against the outside of the building, tossed his last grenade inside, and let out a savage yell as he turned to enter. 2 lightly armed Limnic volunteers had been killed by the grenade blast. 2 more scrambled for cover behind a dilapidated wall. Bear killed one with his Glock, expending his final rounds to take him down. The other still remained. He threw the empty weapon to the floor, then with savage force, easily broke through the wall and grabbed the man. He was small, yet Bear could feel his strength. His enemy used a slip maneuver to break free, then clambered to the floor to pick up a broken piece of the wall, which he used to slice Bear's arm. Pain stabbed Bear and made it hard for him to stay on his feet. Drawing a large knife, he lowered his center of gravity as he faced the man. The soldier flashed a determined look before he dropped the wall debris, then drew his own knife. There was a brief pause among them before the knife fight ensued. The enemy slashed and thrust with experienced movement. Bear did the same. Both circled each other, knives flying, with smoke, fire, and the smell of fresh corpses swirling in the air around them. Bear's forearms dripped with blood. He realized he had been wounded more than once during the battle, and unconsciousness might overtake him soon, which meant death. The enemy sensed weakness and thrust with mighty force for a death blow aimed at Bear's heart. In a split second, Bear let his knife fall to the floor, evaded the thrust, grabbed the enemy soldier's knife arm, and twisted it with devastating power. The man screamed in agony and staggered backward. Bear tackled him with animal ferocity, then proceeded to beat him until he no longer moved. On hands and knees, breathless and wounded, he reached for his radio. South side, secure. Kyler's group moved up North Bloomfield Road through the middle of town. The majority of the enemy forces were focused on engaging Cheeks' and Bears' elements, leaving the center of the town, for the most part, clear. He and Spazer swept their weapons back and forth, seemingly unfazed by the carnage and gunfire around them. Even the young Spazer, despite his youth, looked quite at home on a chaotic battlefield. Lance followed at the rear. The 3 of them formed a protective triangle around their Space Force guest. Noe could not tell how much distance they had traversed since the fighting began, or how much time had passed, but she knew her arms were beginning to ache holding the weapon up, and her lower back was throbbing under the weight of her gear and from keeping her head ducked. They passed a large old hydraulic water cannon on display near the entrance of the town. It had been dubbed the Handy Giant, and probably hadn't fired water in over 150 years. Water. We could use some of that right now. Noe thought, as she watched small fires blazing at several points in the grass, caused by incendiary devices and grenades being lobbed by both sides of combatants. The four of them approached a building with flaking white paint and thin wooden pillars struggling to support a sagging roof over a patio. It appeared as if a strong gust of wind could cause the narrow pillars to fail and send the roof crashing down at any moment. "That's our target," Kyler said, raising his voice above the noise of assorted battle sounds. Just outside of the entrance to the building, a grenade detonated some 25 feet in front of them. Noe fell to the ground. Kyler, Spazer, and Lance instinctively dropped to a prone position, then scrambled to surround her and return fire. "Incoming 4 hostiles!" Spazer yelled. His normally kind-natured voice sounded unrecognizably mature in the heat of battle. "Get Noe into that building now! Lance and I can take care of these fuckers," Kyler said, mirroring Spazer's intonation. "Raj, boss!" Spazer yelled. With bullets whizzing around his head, Spazer popped up with youthful vigor. Using a surprising amount of strength, he pulled Noe up by the back of her body armor. She could feel the force of the pull compelling her onto her feet and into the building. Once inside, the sight of 4 lifeless former enemy combatants was scattered around the tiny room. The sight of the blood spatter on the walls, combined with the smell of burned flesh, made her gag. She began to retch, wanting to vomit, but spit instead. She hadn't eaten much all day, and was glad for it. "I'll watch the door. Get going with your setup," Spazer said. Then he immediately turned his attention back to the door to support his commander. Noe slung her M4 over her shoulder and moved toward the back of the room. She swiftly cleared a space for her computer amid the debris and set to work. Although she had performed field cyber hacking countless times before, she had never done it under the pressure of a real firefight. She took a deep breath and blew it out of her lungs. There was no time for diaphragmatic breathing. "All I need is 5 minutes," she thought, but she knew 5 minutes was an eternity under these circumstances. She began to work faster than she ever had in her life. Soon, Spazer ran back into the building. Noe looked up and was relieved to see Kyler and Lance enter behind him. Kyler activated his radio. "Cheeks, what's your position?" The 4 of them heard a crackle and sporadic gunfire coming from the speaker, but no response. "Cheeks, report." Kyler's tone grew more frantic, despite his attempts to maintain his calm. All 4 held their breath, waiting for a response. But none came. 10, 20, 30 seconds passed. A bullet whizzed into the doorframe, sending splinters of old wood into the building. They narrowly missed Kyler's face. Lance ran to the door and returned fire. Limnic was closing in, and they were running out of time. Something was wrong. "Cheeks." Cheeks' voice blasted through with low fidelity from the tiny speaker.
"We cleared. Most. North side. Town. We. Lights. Down. The road. They got fucking more."
The message was distorted among the noise. "Cheeks, repeat last message," Kyler said.
"Reinforcements coming this way."
"We got enemy reinforcements incoming," Kyler said, shouting from over his shoulder in Noe's direction, his muzzle still pointed at the door. "How much longer on that setup?" 3 minutes. Almost there." Her fingers clicked and clacked on the keyboard at a frantic pace. "I just need to..." They heard the sound of large ethanol-fueled troop transport vehicles moving into position. The earth quivered beneath their feet as the sound of heavy bodies hit the ground heading toward them. Their radios crackled to life, and Bear's winded voice came over the broadcast channel.
They're troop bots. Looks like 2 truckloads of them. I'll link up with Cheeks and we'll engage with him.
Roger that, Kyler said. Noah, where are we at on the cyber? He had dropped the reassuring tone. Now, he sounded impatient and slightly fearful. There had been a problem with one of her field devices, and Noe had been forced to improvise, adding additional minutes to the job. I just need 5 more minutes. She labored to keep her composure to focus her entire being on the setup. She would not make the same mistake she had as a young lieutenant again. Spacer shouted, "They're here, sir!" Instantly, the sound of close-range gunfire erupted in the room. Bullets clanged onto metallic humanoid troops, and expended shell casings littered the floor. Noe heard a hard thud on the floor in front of her. She momentarily diverted her sight from the screen to see Lance's body splayed out before her. His dead eyes stared at nothingness. His beard, caked in dust and blood, rested on the floor, along with his dog tags. More bots appeared at the doorway, returning fire toward Kyler and Spacer. I'm hit! Damn it! Spacer yelled, dropping to one knee. Despite his wound, he raised his weapon and continued to fight from a kneeling position. Kyler threw what looked like a grenade. When it hit, Noah was forced to pause her work to cover her eyes from the bright white flame that consumed a group of humanoid bots. The use of a white phosphorus munition had been a risky move in such a tight space, but it bought them precious seconds. 2 bots marched at the door, weapons raised, when suddenly they stopped and fell lifeless to the ground. Their heavy metallic bodies caused the tiny old structure to quake. From his position by Spacer's side, Kyler whipped his head toward Noe, smiling for the first time since the battle began. You did it! God damn it, you did it! With cyber superiority established, they now owned all network functions within the radius of the ghost town. Anything that Limnic could see, do, plan, or execute that required a network was now visible to her and could be manipulated in their favor. The smile and satisfaction from a job well done quickly faded when Noe looked toward the door. There, amid the robot corpses, hovering smoke, and still burning fires near the bullet-riddled doorframe, stood a pale-faced man with long silver hair. He was dressed plainly in blue jeans, black button-down shirt, and dusty brown work boots, but his hair blew in the wind as he smirked at the 3 of them. Janus, it's him. No one let out an audible gasp at the realization. With sudden action, Spacer raised his M4. Kyler drew a large knife and charged toward the door, letting out a savage battle cry as he lunged. No one noticed Janus's eyes widen as he became aware of his imminent demise. Then, without warning, both men stopped. Spacer gently set his rifle down in front of him and curled into a fetal position, as if he were a baby. Kyler stood at the position of attention, sheathed his knife, performed an about-face, then marched back in front of Noe's computer. He sat down slowly in a cross-legged position. It looked as if he were meditating and was at peace. What the hell is going on? Just as Noe's brain signaled her muscles to move and fight, an overwhelming force held her in place. Move! She willed herself with every fiber of her being, but her body would not obey. She felt locked out of her mind. There was a heavy feeling of drowsiness that flooded her senses, and she badly wanted to lay down and sleep. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a voice was screaming for her to stand and fight, to kill Janus here and now, to end it. But the voice came from a sunken place, and any message became lost forever, like an object floating in the vacuum of space. Her eyelids felt extremely heavy, and a feeling of comforting warmth radiated throughout her entire being. She was no longer a woman, but rather a conscious fetus with tender skin and grasping limbs. She felt sheltered, protected, and with all of her bodily and emotional needs fulfilled by her mother. The feeling was inviting. It made her want to succumb to it, to savor it, to stay as long as possible. Somewhere among the bliss of her experience, she heard a distant voice shrieking. It begged her to wake up and fight, but it was muffled and nearly inaudible, as if that person, whoever it was, were being suffocated by a pillow. Eventually, the hoarse cries faded, leaving only the peaceful thrum of her mother's steady pulse in her ears. Noe stopped fighting and floated in the pleasant ether. As she lay there asleep, nestled in comfort and safety, her mind formed pictures. Her prenatal brain could not grasp their meaning, but she viewed them with innocence, for she knew no fear. She recognized her father, a plump Mexican man with a round face and gray mustache. But oddly, she felt no attachment to him, no infant desire to be held or touched by him. There were no thoughts, only feelings, in the gelatinous liquid that held her and rocked her gently. Then, another picture came together before her eyes, as the repeated beating sound around her increased its cadence and strength. It was an old man with long silver hair shone before her. Noe felt her infant arms grasping toward the face, the soft fingers first exploring, then grabbing at the image. She felt a deep yearning to be held and comforted in the man's arms. She desired it so badly. She wanted to wail and scream words she did not know or understand in order to win his affection. As she writhed and reached in transitory discomfort, the rate of the drumming sound around her increased its rhythm again, as the silver-haired man's lips contorted into a ghoulish smirk. Then the image faded as she willfully rested in the warm embrace of darkness.
Chapter 36. Powerless. Powerless. It was the word that Rodand thought about often in the past few months since he had assumed the role of executive director of Cereus. I got a big office, my own parking spot, and a fancy wood placard with my name engraved on it. But at the end of the day, still can't do shit. The image of Rodan's once glorious shield of service came to his mind. It lay forsaken in the dried mud on a lonely battlefield. A gust of wind carried the scent of burned and rotten flesh to his nose in the stillness of the air. He stood before the shield, back aching, will broken, wanting to hold it again as he used to when he was young. But he knew he could no longer handle the weight alone. He needed help. The next capable person to come along would be his only hope. Not only to raise the shield again, but to imbue him with the sense of honored service that he felt so long ago when his muscles were stronger and his stomach was flatter. Until that moment came along, he was helpless to do anything other than stare into the gaping fissure on the shield's surface. "I'm powerless." The word resurfaced again while he sat alone in the van, his field laptop in his lap, viewing the Battle of North Bloomfield as one would watch a meteorological weather pattern on the 10 o'clock news. Lots of things seemed to be happening, but he had no context of their significance or purpose. Unlike his well-network-connected mercenaries in the city, Kyler's men had no body cameras, so he had no access to any live feeds of the action. His bird's-eye view grid mode was the only option, and it was a poor substitute for the fidelity of live camera feeds. He had his radio on, but it might as well have been a soundtrack from an old Modern Warfare video game. Gunshots, explosions, and tactical chatter came through, but he could not tell what was really going on behind the exchanges. It was just unfiltered noise to his ears. "Man, this sucks. I could have stayed in my office for this shit. I should be out there." He slid down in his seat and pouted. There was no one around to see him do it. His conversation with Kyler had been brief, with both men succinctly laying out their viewpoint on whether or not he should be in the field. "I should be out there," Rodan said. "Why?" Kyler asked. His face level, tone no nonsense. "Because I'm the head of Cereus." "So the others should see me out front." Kyler looked unimpressed. "With all due respect, Mr. Mitchell, when was the last time you fired a weapon?" 6 weeks ago." The response came quickly, but he couldn't really remember how long it had been. "I see. And when was the last time you were in the gym?" Kyler looked toward Rodan's body armor. The curve of it, its snugness, made the flabby skin beneath very apparent. Rodan's eyes glanced down, then immediately back up at Kyler. "It's been a minute." "Yeah." Kyler placed his hands on his hips and straightened his posture. Even with his gear on, he appeared to grow taller, though he was still shorter than Rodan by a few inches. He took a step forward and lowered his voice, speaking in quick-fire words, like a drill instructor would to a head-shaved trainee. "With all due respect, Mr. Mitchell, you clearly have no business on a battlefield. I know how you leadership types like to ascend every now and then to make yourself look good, to look like you know what the fuck it is that we do. But in reality, you don't know, and don't give a shit. Not really. You're here because you feel like you want to relive your glory days from the past. You want to feel useful, like you don't ride a desk all day, like you don't watch better and more capable men do what you used to be able to do. I get it, but I don't have time for that shit right now. Your need for a confidence boost is going to get me, my men, or our guest killed, and I won't have it. This ain't SEC PD, and this ain't the military, so I don't have to listen to a goddamn thing that comes out of your mouth. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?" Kyler's eyes were locked on his. It was at that point Rodan realized Kyler had never liked him, and after receiving his dress down, the feeling was mutual. The additional "sir" at the end almost sent Rodan into a rage. Really? Sir? Who the fuck does this guy think he is? But he made none of these thoughts visible to Kyler, only gave an understanding nod and walked back to the van, while the others continued their preparations. He saw Noe look in his direction, but pretended he did not notice the glance. He had become a better politician than he thought. Fucking Powerless. There he sat, slumped in the passenger seat, chin on chest, listening to the soundtrack of explosions, sporadic gunfire in the distance, and the occasional radio chatter. "This ain't Sec PD," he murmured in a half-hearted impersonation of Kyler's voice. "My name is Kyler and I have a really small dick, so I have to get augmentations to even open my eyes in the morning," he joked to himself. "Fuck you, man." Rodan had been so absorbed in his self-pity that he had not heard Bear call South Side clear. He had not heard Cheeks' announcement of arriving reinforcements. He had not heard Spazer shout "Man down," indicating that one of their own human members had been wounded or killed. It was only when he felt the rumble of Earth that his awareness returned to the battle. He had a certain sense of security seated in the dark van, away from the fighting, but when a potential threat to his own person emerged, his senses refocused on the approaching danger in the here and now. He bolted up in the passenger seat and raised the radio to his ear, just in time to hear Bear's voice say, "They're troop bots. Looks like 2 truckloads of them. I've linked up with Cheeks and will engage with him." Reinforcements? Damn it. Not good. Rodan gripped his weapon. He wondered if he should join the fray or conduct some supporting action from the van, although he had no idea what he would do. What the hell am I going to do if I go out there? Probably get killed. The thought didn't sound terribly unpleasant, but he didn't want to die that way. He vacillated between self-preservation and the need to act. Both had an equal pull on him, and the result was a binding force of indecision that detained him in his seat, leaving him incapable of making a move in either direction. Powerless. Then Noah's face flashed in his mind. What if she needs help? I brought her out here and got her into this. Least I could do is watch out for her. I said I would. There wasn't much time to decide. Limnic's forces could be ripping them to shreds at the very moment. Rodan's eyes glanced through the windshield. All he saw was the darkness of the trail leading to an unknown ending. The pops and bangs from the radio conjured up images of Noe and the others, dead after a bitter battle. He slapped his head a few times to bring himself back from the fear illusion. He looked to his weapon in the passenger seat. I have to try. I am the director of Cereus after all. It's my duty. With that final thought, he adjusted his gear, grabbed his rifle, and stepped out of the van, prepared to face whatever fate awaited him. The first thing he noted was the cool night air. It felt good after being cooped up in the van for the last half an hour. He stretched his legs, took a deep breath, then let it out. Okay, let's do this. Psyched up, he began to jog. 1 minute later, his feet felt heavy, and he panted openly like a dog in the summer heat. But he kept moving. 2 minutes in, his heart slammed in his chest, unaccustomed to working so hard. It protested the unexpected exertion like a civilian contractor would additional duties. Fucking Kyler. 3 minutes after beginning his jog, lungs and legs burning, Rodan slowed to a shuffle, though he wanted to walk. His boots dragged across the rocky path, alerting any remaining enemy troops to his presence. At least if I got shot now, I could lay down and not be running. The dark thought lightened his mood. He was semi-relieved 30 seconds later when he reached the town. The moment was fleeting because the carnage of the battle lay before him. Small fires burned in the grassy areas of the old town. Several of the 19th century buildings were still burning and collapsing, while others had been completely leveled by explosives and a mixture of gun and laser fire. Human and bot remains lay intermingled with each other among the wreckage. In all of his years of service, military, police, and with Cereus, Rodan had never seen such a gruesome sight. Where are they? Where's Noe? He tried the radio, but there was no response from anyone. Rodan swallowed hard, assumed a tactical position, and stepped off into the town. He had only moved 3 steps before he stopped suddenly. His vision strained to confirm if he was really seeing what he saw. Is that? Ahead on the path, stepping through the mangled remains of humanoid bots outside of a building with white pillars, was him. The silver hair, the narrowed eyes, the cool disposition. It was Janus. Though Rodan had him clear in the front sight of his weapon, he did not pull the trigger. He just watched as Janus moved toward him with unhurried steps until he stopped 10 feet from where Rodan stood. The realization that he was alone with Janus caused a sense of dread to move throughout his body. But Rodan stood his ground. Janus, what happened to the others? Where are they? His voice was forceful and strong. Janus shook his head and made a sound of mocking disapproval with his tongue and teeth. I assure you they are fine, just taking a well-deserved rest. Rodan growled like an animal, a sign of frustration. Damn you, Janus! When his rifle fired, it was unanticipated and caught him by surprise. Janus evaded the round and smiled as he did it. No, Mr. Mitchell, that won't do. In the next moment, Rodan had set his rifle on the ground and kicked it away, out of his reach. He had disarmed himself. Bad move. In front of Janus. Really bad move. Worse yet, he had no idea why. What are you doing? You have to kill this son of a bitch. Why are you putting your weapon down? Rodan berated himself. His panic manifested in a choking sensation that made it harder for him to breathe. You gotta find something, anything to kill him with. Rodan's eyes fell on a large rock by his feet. There, that rock will be enough to bash his head in with. I wouldn't do that, Janus said. Wait, did he just read my mind? A low chuckle escaped from Janus's lips. I only want to talk with you, Mr. Mitchell. We have little time for games. You can read minds, Rodan said. His voice rasped from breathing in smoke and all of the yelling he had done. How? The defiant confidence on Janus's face told him that he would not receive an answer. Rodan consciously began to try and control his thoughts. It seemed doable at first, but after only 5 seconds, all of his insecurities, worries, and concerns burst through like water breaching a failing dam. Judging from Janus's reaction, it was clear that he was aware of Rodan's embarrassing attempt to contain his stream of consciousness. It amused him. So, you are the acting head of Cereus? I am. You do realize that the rest of this country let alone the world, will never adopt the principles that the organization stands for?
That remains to be seen,
Rodan said, still attempting to control his thoughts. It was like performing flood relief with a bucket. Comical and very ineffective. In our modern times, many people forget that it took us millennia to evolve into the species that we are today, centuries to establish the framework of the modern world, and decades for science and technology to make the strides that have carried us to the point where we sit today. Rodan listened, straining his mind and body to keep his thoughts under control. It has been a common belief in Western civilization throughout the 21st century that all roads in human history served to bring us to the life that we know today. While this is partially true, it often makes us forget that we continue to move through an evolutionary process, even now, and that we continue to evolve and change as a species.
So what?
The primary difference now is that we have some control over the evolutionary process. With genomics, digigenomics, and biological augmentations, it is possible for humans to truly live forever if they want to. He took a step forward. His boots crunched the earth beneath his feet. The problem with us living forever is that it only makes things more difficult for everyone who cannot afford the fountain of youth. People may live into their 120th year with the mind and body of their 20 or 30-year-old selves, but will not be willing to contribute as much to society as when they were actually that young. Under old-world thinking, they feel they deserve retirement from the demands of conventional human life. Our ballooning global elderly population bears this out.
What's your point?
Rodan asked, fatigued from his jog and watching his thoughts. Janus pointed at him. With such force, Rodan was sure he felt Janus's finger pressing into his body armor. As the acting leader of Cereus, you, and you alone, Rodan Mitchell, have the power to evolve Cereus into the new societal order that this world needs. An evolved society for an evolved people. The thought burst through.
Me? How?
Janus answered. By working with me to deploy the greatest demonstration of human technological prowess that the world has ever seen. A puzzled look flashed across Rodan's face. He continued to monitor his thoughts closely, but he was quickly becoming mentally fatigued at the unfamiliar task. Cereus was the societal structure that humanity sorely required to move forward from the environmental and social damage caused by rampant production and consumption, inequality, and inflated sense of self-aggrandizement that plagued nations and many of its citizens in recent human history. But on its own, it was incomplete. This technology will be the final step in completing our shift from the societies of our forefathers to one that can sustain all of humanity and our planet into the future.
What do you want from me?
I want you to use your power and influence as acting head of Cereus to help me deploy this technology. I want you to help our species evolve.
Is he crazy? There's no way I'll help him. No way, Janus. You're evil. You're the enemy. You're a terrorist.
Janus began to move toward him with slow steps as North Bloomfield burned all around him. His eyelids fluttered as he moved, as if he were performing some satanic ritual. Rodan took a step back, feeling truly frightened for the first time since exiting the van. He felt the strong urge to flee back to anywhere that was not in front of this creature walking toward him. But where would he go? There was no way he could outrun Janus, and nowhere close by to hide if he did manage to escape. So he stood locked in place, eyes continuously darting between his rifle on the ground and Janus's approaching figure. Rodan considered going for the gun, but at that moment, Janus stopped just 5 feet before him, forcing Rodan to abandon the plan of action. Mr. Mitchell, your story does not have to end here. There is strength brimming beneath the surface within you. It is strong enough to render the sense of powerlessness that you feel only a temporary burden, and give you the strength to raise and repair the broken shield of your youth. Rodan gasped in horror. His heart was pounding so fast, it made his chest feel cramped behind his body armor. He had trouble forming words with his mouth. How can you know about that? Janus snickered. I know all about you, Mr. Mitchell. I know you have spent your entire life in service of others, selflessly sacrificing mind, body, and soul for just causes big and small. But I ask you, what has been left for you? Your broken marriage, an untrained body, a mind in splinters, unconsummated desire for Lily's daughter, Noe. These are the rewards for your valor. Tell me, Mr. Mitchell, is this the life you wanted when you were smiling police rookie all those years ago? Rodan's shoulders had fallen. He felt uncovered and vulnerable, as if a thief had broken into his house and stolen every item of sentimental value, leaving only those things of high monetary worth untouched and pristine. Cold wind blew in over the kicked-in door and through the smashed windows, swirling and moaning a soft lament for him and his lost possessions. Items that could never be recovered, even by the most skilled and dogged detective. Without warning, tears assaulted him. His hulking shoulders trembled. Giant's hands rose to his face in a futile attempt to hide his shame as he cried. He shed a single tear for every person he had delivered from evil, every person he had placed before himself. He cried for his pitiable existence, for his lost youth, his discarded enthusiasm and passion. The tears fell for Noe, for Lee, for every victim, for man, woman, and child on earth. They were the tears of the world, falling for all of the things he could not control or cope with. His hands still over his face, liquid running from his nose and eyes, Rodan asked in between sobs. Why are you doing this to me? Janus replied. Because I know what you are. You are one of the world's sentries, with the ability to defend it from itself and carry it to a new destination. He paused as Rodan lowered his hands. I know you see me as your enemy, but I fight for a greater cause that is above petty nationalistic patriotism. I fight for the whole of humanity, to deliver its soul to a better, stronger, and more capable frame that will ultimately make the terrorists, no matter if they are in flag-bearing uniforms or wearing rags, obsolete. Isn't that what you fought for as a soldier, police officer, and now for Cereus? Rodan found himself nodding slightly, through reddened eyes. With the help of my new technology, you may be ready to raise your new shield and fight once again. Janus gave an encouraging, almost brotherly grin. Rodan rubbed his stinging eyes, still speechless. He stared at Janus with slumped shoulders, physically and mentally spent. No coherent thoughts entered his mind. Janus must have known so, because he turned to walk away. Rodan glanced at the rifle in the dirt, then at Janus's disappearing figure. He knew this was one of the defining moments of his life. A single-shot decision that would affect the rest of his life, and more importantly, define him as a man, and how future generations would view not only Cereus, but the world. To him, it was life and death. If he could meet this very special moment, how would Noe see him? What would she think? What would Lee think? What would he think of himself in the morning? Would he consider himself to have been derelict in his duties, to rid the nation and the world of this terrorist? Or would he have taken a tiny step forward for the greater good, for the collective survival of not only himself, but for all those yet unborn? Standing there, blazing fires around him in the ghost town, Rodan's vision flicked between the rifle and the departing Janus one more time. In the next split second, Rodan made his decision. He stepped forward and yelled, "Wait, Janus, tell me more about this technology. What does it do? How does it work?" Janus heard him, but continued to move away, until Rodan could no longer see him among the destruction of the battlefield. Rodan stood alone for several seconds, unsure what had just happened, even less sure about what he should do. He felt so powerless. Then, without warning, Janus's voice entered his mind. "Come to Yuba City, and you will see. Cereus is the future, and you alone have the power to make it a reality. Only you can help usher humanity toward a new age."